Is PlayStation panicking with the recent price hike of the PS5, the Pro, and the Portal? We're now hearing that the PlayStation 6 will be targeting a lower price compared to the Pro. More than that, we've also heard about a handheld, PSSR 3.0, and more strong evidence that PlayStation will be vacating PC with their big single-player tentpole titles. Is this just business as usual, or is PlayStation reacting to the volatile market as well as their failed efforts on the PC landscape? We're going to run down all the changes that have happened recently and theorize about where Sony might be headed. Also, Hiroki Totoki sat down with Bloomberg Business back in February, and for some reason, nobody really covered what he said, but he established that more than 60% of Sony's revenue actually comes from entertainment, and gaming is the largest portion of that sector. He also spoke to the unique challenges of the volume and the competition in the Chinese market specifically. He said something very interesting about PlayStation that does tie into some of the recent shifts that we have seen with respect to PC as well as PlayStation titles. So we are going to get into this morning. If you are new to the channel and you're watching this later, be sure to hit the like button as well as subscribe so you don't miss my shows. And if you want to be a part of the segment that we do in our members only Discord, make sure and become a member. We're working on a big goal. Click join, and for $5 a month you get a badge and emotes, and you get access to the members only Discord. So let's get into this one. In the wake of watching Xbox completely change as a brand and a platform, it seems that now PlayStation is taking their turn, changing strategy and adjusting their plans that seem to have just recently got started. Just 6 years ago, Sony started putting major titles on PC, starting with Horizon Zero Dawn. That was followed by Days Gone, God of War 2018, Spider-Man, Uncharted, and then the list got pretty long. Until recently, we heard from Jason Schreier of Bloomberg that plans for Ghost of Yotei, as well as Soros, coming to PC had been scrapped, and that PlayStation would be pulling back from putting their big first-party tentpole titles on PC. Live service efforts would continue to land as multi-platform releases, but even that, I have speculated we might see get lowered investment in the next round of discussions about live service in general. But now the PC reversal has more evidence that is in fact happening. First, the list of PlayStation studios on the official website has now removed any mention of PC with the exception of Nixxes, which makes sense because that's literally their specialty, is high quality PC ports. But they've also added something to Nixxes, that they're going to be helping co-develop games with PlayStation studios worldwide, and we know that's true because they have been helping with Soros getting that ready for launch later this month. Now, this honestly might have been one of the earliest clues that a shift had taken place. Instead of having Nixxes work on the next PC port, they're helping Housemarque with Soros. We also need to consider the fact that they're pairing their co-development efforts with language about PC, and that could be that they're going to start assisting some of the live service studios ensure that their games are able to launch on the PC platform in a smooth way. And another development just took place over the weekend. Do you remember those icons that showed up on the back end? One of them said cross-buy, and another said something about like PSR, and then it said PC. Actually, I'm sorry, it said PlayStation and PC on the same bar. Well, those icons were removed sometime in December, just a few months ago. Now, this is interesting timing because the Steam Machine was announced in November. Multiple sources have claimed that it was around November and December when this PC PlayStation discussion was happening. Then in early 2026, the plans to bring Yotei and Soros were allegedly scrapped. Bringing those to PC would no longer be happening. Basically, this was happening in the wake of those icons being removed in December. Now, it could all be coincidence, but it does sort of feel like significant changes have taken place. And Jason Schreier from Bloomberg said that Sony will likely say something when Soros is being marketed or during their next earnings call. Now, the Soros team answered a question about coming to PC, and they said that they were only talking about the PS5 launch at this time, and that stoked the fires of rumors. And people were saying, well, if you're only talking about the PS5 launch, that sounds like there will be a PC launch as well. Well, Jason Schreier shot that down and is sticking to his guns. So we'll have to see for an earnings call or something where Sony will actually give specifics. But maybe not. Hiroki Totoki sat down with Bloomberg in February to discuss the shifting industry, and he was asked about gaming. He indicated that more than 60% of Sony's revenue comes from entertainment, and gaming makes up the largest portion of that. And when speaking to gaming, he said that they want PlayStation to be two things. One, the best place to play from the user's perspective, and secondly, the best place to publish. Now, these are two pretty significant statements. The first seems to indicate something that I have spoken about recently. It's kind of hard to show off your games on the PS5 Pro or demonstrate PSSR 3.0 if it can land on PC and look better. And with PSSR being foundational to the PlayStation 6, I also think they saw Helix and the Steam Machine as diluting. Having branded PC boxes in the living room that can then run your games, that's not quite the same as random PCs. So a great way to establish PlayStation as the best place to play, well, is to have a strong first-party lineup that you can't get anywhere else. Do you want to play Wolverine, Ghosts of Yotei? Do you want to play Saros? They're going to be available on PlayStation only as far as we can tell. And then having technologies that publishers want to use to bring their games to the market. That is something that they have heavily focused on with the efforts of Project Amethyst and all the things that Mark Cerny has talked about. So the reversal on PC ports makes perfectly good sense in light of what Hiroki Totoki said. I think they want to go into the PlayStation 6 generation with the strength of a lineup of first-party exclusives as well as strength of technology and those stronger relationships with those third-party publishers, which is related to the other part of the situation, the PS6 leaks and the price. Now, WCCF Tech reported on this because Moore's Law had a video come out with some leaks in it, and they said this: multiple leaks from Moore's Law is Dead indicate that the system is right around the corner as Sony is actively working on an imminent generation transition. Now first, the evidence for a handheld from the report. According to sources, work on power saver mode is proceeding in a way that makes it 100% clear it is a, quote, Trojan Horse for supporting PlayStation 6 handheld, according to the leaker. So Moore's Law is basically saying the power saver mode is the proof, and that's evidence that they are working on making sure a PlayStation handheld will be able to run all those first-party games. You may be noticing your games getting updated, like all of a sudden Ghosts of Yotei got updated, and it says it features and supports the power saver mode. And then even more hints and brand new developments that point to both the handheld and the PlayStation 6 itself. Quote, one more leak that heavily points to the PlayStation 6 being around the corner and at the handheld indeed being in the works is the Play Go leak, introduced to the PlayStation 5 Software Dev Kit 13 only 13 weeks ago. This is Sony's version of Xbox Smart Delivery, says Moore's Law is Dead, and that it allows devs to organize chunks of differing assets and textures for each PlayStation console so that a given console only downloads the exact files that it will use. Now, the real kicker in this is the potential for the PlayStation 6 price to be lower than expected, especially in light of the recent price hikes. This actually seems hard to believe, being how expensive it is to buy a PlayStation 5 Pro right now, but this is from the article. Those worried about being priced out of the next generation system shouldn't apparently brace themselves for terribly expensive systems. From the ground up, the PlayStation 6 and the handheld were designed to be cheap to produce, cheaper than the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 Pro. With vastly cheaper cooling and power supplies, the leaker expects the base PlayStation 6 to be cheaper than the PlayStation 5 Pro. If Sony were to release a home SKU powered by the handheld APU, it would also be cheaper than the base PS5. So translation there is they're trying to get production costs down on the next generation. That was a priority that they had put into place even before the recent price hikes and the war and everything else that is affecting production costs. Now, Moore's Law is Dead also thinks that the release of the PlayStation 6 is closer than we expect. Now, I still believe we're getting an upgraded Portal this year in 2026. We're going to get a handheld, an actual native handheld with this PSSR 3.0 and the power saver mode. I think the handheld's next year in 2027, and then I think the PlayStation 6 is in 2028. But with the shifting sands of the market, PlayStation may feel that a PlayStation 6 can land cheaper than a Pro, and that might be a better call for the end of a full year of GTA 6, pushing PS5s and getting those lingering PlayStation 4 users to jump, which would be at the end of 2027, when they could decide that it's better to launch the PlayStation 6 then to get it out the door, especially, again, if the production costs are lower. The real question comes down to production and scale. Can they ramp up production and scale to the volume and the distribution to make it a more sensible move, especially since they just raised the prices of the PS5, the Pro, and the Portal? So from where I sit, PlayStation doesn't seem to be panicking. They seem to be adapting and evolving to the ebbs and flows of the market. And I think they're getting back to the basics of what made people use their platform more. Both strong exclusives and a first-party lineup to get players and consumers to buy their box, but also a strong relationship with third-party publishers for timed exclusivity or just better use of the PlayStation technology like PSSR 3.0. And having that strong push for better and more advanced hardware in the living room as a gaming experience could be why they've decided to back off from PC. But those are just my thoughts, and now I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. This kind of brewed over the weekend. I don't know if you guys saw. I grabbed a clip from that Bloomberg, the thing they were live streaming, and the most interesting part about it is it was actually months old, and nobody picked it up and ran with it at the time. Like, nobody ran with the fact that, like, Hiroki Totoki did this interview and said what he said. I thought that was a little strange, that somehow got completely missed in gaming coverage. I mean, I didn't do anything special. I saw Game Logic tweet about the Bloomberg stream. I backed it up to where I could see PlayStation controllers. I was like, oh, they're talking about PlayStation. Let me see what they're saying. And then Hiroki Totoki said what he said, and I was like, well, that's pretty significant. In the wake of removing the icons in December, and then we hear they canceled plans for Saros and Yote to come to PC in January, and then in February, Totoki sits down, does an interview, and he's like, we want PlayStation to be the best place to play in the user's mind, as well as the best place to publish. And it's like, that's a really good way to cement that, is to make it very clear that, no, that we don't want our games to go over there and to look more impressive on that tag. I don't think Sony's panicking. Title, is Sony panicking? Well, you ask the question and you answer it with the content. That's called a mystery gap, Alex. Try it one day. Maybe you'll get some people to, engage with your tweets or your posts or something. You ask a question, and then you look into the situation and you answer it. That's very, very common. Let's see here. Let me take a look at what's going on. Now, I got some people to thank. Haseo starts things off. Han shot first, and so did you, with the first gifted member of the week. And you guys did unlock Saturday, so go back and watch that. Madam and I had a good time. We just reacted to gaming news. It was a really enjoyable time, and hopefully you guys enjoyed that episode as well. And Glassdoor with a $2 super chat. Tons of code by PC guys around the... tons of cope by the PC guys around the PlayStation pullback. And then Talika hits 46 months over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. No, I didn't say anything. Oh, different Alex. Yeah, sorry. Alex on Twitch. And then 11 months from the eldest one over there on Purple. Thank you so much for using your Prime on me. And thank you, Wreck and Havoc, for a 45 stream streak. That is insane. Let's see here. I still think people are wrong about why PS4 players haven't made the jump. I just see price-sensitive gamers continuing, but we will see who is right, I guess. I don't think you're wrong, Kevin. I think most of the people that have been waiting are price sensitive, and the price increase, it's one of the reasons last year PlayStation's like, we don't want to do it. We've shored up, PlayStation 5s in America, and they waited as long as they could. This time around, again, they're doing it after saying they weren't going to do it. They were like, we have enough memory to get through the holidays. Then the war happens, and they're like, well, shoot, we got to prepare for the worst here. It more than likely is driving more PS4 users to wait. I mean, there's 30 to maybe 40 million of them, I would think, right? I would think that in the big picture, the PS4 users have been waiting for a handful of things. Number one, they've been waiting for that price drop. Typically, halfway through a gen, the price goes down. Well, that's not happening this time. I think that's pretty clear. The second thing they wait for is the push. It might not be a price drop, but there's always the push. Something launches that they can't get. Now, maybe that push is a Call of Duty that finally leaves behind, the PlayStation 4. As long as they can play Warzone, though, a lot of those COD heads are not going to budge until their PlayStation 4 stops working. The other push could be GTA 6. GTA 6, apparently we're going to get some type of marketing from GTA 6 in April. That we were hearing May, now we're hearing April. We'll wait and see. But I don't think you're wrong. I think the price increase definitely made a bunch of people probably pump the brakes. Well, there was a bit of a mad dash. I mean, some of the places it was hard to get. If you went to Target and Amazon, all of the PlayStations, jumped up in trending, like people were ordering them more than usual because they were trying to get them before the price jump. I think that, yeah, GTA 6 and Call of Duty will be, the big push. I think the bigger question is PlayStation going to try to speed up production and shipping of the PlayStation 6 if the PlayStation 6 can, in fact, be cheaper to make? Because that's what Moore's Law is reporting. He's reporting that the PS6 and that handheld are going to be cheaper to make. They specifically wanted them to not be as expensive. Like, they're going with cheaper, like a power supply and cooling or something. And if they're able to do that, there is the possibility that they push out the PlayStation 6 earlier than many of us were expecting. I was like, 2027 seems so incredibly early, but it might actually help them to work against their own price increase, if that makes sense. Like, they're going to work against their own price increase. Like, well, yeah, we know the Pro at $900 seems kind of ridiculous. Here's a PlayStation 6 for less than a Pro. And now all of a sudden you've got people choosing between, a PS5, which I'm assuming at that point they would ramp down production. Why? It's more expensive. Like, they don't want to make them if the PlayStation 6 can be made cheaper. And then that would suddenly create a shift in the generations 1 year earlier than I was expecting. I expected it to be late 2028. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Happy Monday to you. Wrecking Havoc says, I think some of the price increases to prepare for the prices of the PS6 whenever that does happen. Now, when you say that, are you agreeing with me, Wrecking Havoc, that they're doing it to make the PS6 seem like oh, wow, this is cheaper? Or do you think the PS6 is going to be more expensive? I mean, some people are saying like $1,000. I'm like, I don't know about that. That would be really, really hard as a launch price. Not you, Lono. I know you get it, but other people need to get it right. It's not the majority of PS gamers on PS4. It's 3 million out of 135 million active monthly users. Oh, 30 million. I was going to say, I think you have a bit of a typo there. It's not 3 million. Yeah, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 million out of like the 130 million monthly active users. So it's, a fourth. I mean, that is a good amount of people, though, and that is a lot of money. If you think about the generation of revenue that those users create by buying an annual Call of Duty, more than buying an annual Call of Duty. What about spending of microtransactions in Warzone? What about buying anything new that comes out? I mean, just the player activity alone, is worth it there. So you don't want those people to feel like, I'm basically stuck here and can't upgrade. You want them to move. You want them spending money. That's another reason why the price increase is not good. Because when you increase the price, they have less money to spend when they finally buy the console. Thank you for the super chat. Rufus, is PlayStation pulling out a PC? Why does Nixxes' page still say PC? What is their job now? Well, you'll notice that Nixxes' page got updated in two ways. It says ports to PC, but it also says supporting PlayStation Studios, like co-developing. I think that's the clue. They're helping Saros launch right now, right? They're co-developing. I think any and all future live service games, they will be assisting with the porting potentially. There's also the potential that porting to PC will still be necessary if you end up with studios that make games that are live service and they want to make sure that they are able to run on PC day one. So I don't necessarily know if like Nixxes' thing updating and including what is like literally that's their thing. Like, I don't expect them to remove that from Nixxes' profile. The fact that it got added to their profile along with the line about co-development, to me, I think Nixxes' role is changing. I think they're primarily going to be assisting with co-development like they're doing with Saros, and then they'll be helping with probably maybe the porting of PC games. The bigger question you have to ask is, why is Nixxes helping with Saros and not working on the next port? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. If they're still doing PC, they'd be working on a port right now, not helping with Saros. Zubair says, isn't the PS6 chiplet based? Sony will send live service to PC. Yeah, they're still going to send live service to PC. You're still going to need a studio that specializes in porting games to PC. Now, porting a game to PC is quite a bit different than parallel development, which might be why they're helping to co-develop games right now. They're getting accustomed to being more of a parallel developer. So they're working alongside Housemarque to help with Saros, right? Their next project could be working alongside of a studio that's working on a PC game, because like that's literally their expertise. Like a live service game that has to land on PC, Nixxes could lean in. I, for one, would be fully supportive of them continuing to port their games to PC. When I heard that Yote and Saros wouldn't be going, I was bummed. I was like, I'm really looking forward to Saros. I really enjoyed Yote. I wanted to see those games kind of sing on really good PCs. I wanted Housemarque to have another shot at putting a really good Rogue on PC. So, like, I'm not against it. I'm just trying to read, like, okay, Jason Schreier said what he said. Hiroki Totoki said what he said. And they've updated all of the pages, and they've removed every mention of PC except for Nixxes. Yo, Hotshot coming in with 3 months, just adding my Prime for you. Thanks for using your Prime over there on Purple. Guys, that's how we do this full time. When you use your Primes or you do a membership on YouTube, it's very, very helpful. Thank you very much. Will Sony shut down Nixxes and use them as a support studio? Oh, or use them as a support studio. They're functioning as a support studio right now. If they were going to shut them down, I don't know. I feel like it would have already happened. I don't know why you would update the Nixxes profile to say, hey, these guys are experts in PC ports and they're going to be helping with co-development of PlayStation games. I mean, why would you say that and then shut them down? That would be kind of strange. I don't think the goal is to shut them down. I think the goal is to use them in the way that they're being used right now. You've got a game like Saros, and for whatever reason, they have determined extra bandwidth is helpful. Housemarque's not a particularly large studio. At some level, I wonder if the goal with Nixxes is to avoid like mushrooming developers unnecessarily. So like instead of Housemarque having to grow and then you ultimately end up having to lay people off because you overhire, you just have Nixxes kind of slide in there. They assist with the needed bandwidth and the needed help. Sometimes there's crunch before launch, right? Well, Nixxes can come in, maybe help avoid crunch and help avoid hiring when you don't keep the people. Hey, Lone, did you see that Marathon is now number 76 on daily active users? So even with those low player counts, it seems the most of them are the same players every day. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I don't even know how fans of the game could be in denial of that at this point. Tycho AZ with 6 months over there on Purple. Thank you so much. Takes a lead away from YouTube. Thank you. Tsushima took 3 to 4 years to head to PC. Returnal took about 2. I guarantee you these games come to PC eventually. If they come to PC eventually, then it would be I think it would be the first time in all the years I've done this that like Jason Schreier got something like 100% wrong. I don't think they think it's worth it, and here's one of the main reasons. I think the main reason that they're pulling back from PC is because of the PlayStation 6 and PSSR. I think of it from this perspective. Right now, you have Mark Cerny doing interviews about PSSR. He's doing interviews about PSSR 2. We've got rumors that PSSR 3 is coming with a handheld as well as the PlayStation 6. It's really hard to walk out PSSR 3.0 and show it off as a form of technology if it can go over to PC, if it can go over to branded PCs. The Helix will be a branded PC. The Steam Machine will be a branded PC, but they're not just PCs, they're more than that. They're basically consoles for the living room. They're coming into the living room space as a branded PC that could potentially run updated versions of DLSS or what have you. Now, the Steam Machine's not going to compete with the PlayStation 6 on a fidelity or a performance front, but the Helix certainly could. And I don't think PlayStation wants that. I think they want to walk into the PlayStation 6 to be like, we have exclusives, they're only here, and they're showing off our technology. Nixxes, I think Nixxes will do whatever they got to do when needed, pretty much contractors from within. The real reason that Sony is panicking, the Halo campaign evolved is pretty much content complete. That's it, yeah. They're shaking in their boots. There are some people who don't believe that Sony will pull away from PC because Nixxes still describes themselves as a PC port studio on their website. Well, but there's not an indication from Jason Schreier or anybody else who chimed in on this, by the way. There were other people that chimed in and said that they had heard some similar things, right? They're not completely backing away from PC. That's not what was stated. There will still be live service games that have to come to PC. Nixxes will likely play a role there. Again, the interesting thing is that if Nixxes is all about porting to PC and PlayStation is still porting to PC, then why is Nixxes helping co-develop Saros? Wouldn't they be working on the next port? There's got to be something, right? Now, You could push back and say, yeah, but Lono. Now, guys, there's a hype train coming to Twitch in 20 seconds, all right? If you guys are getting ready to do it, get ready to do it. You got 20 seconds until it starts. You could push back on what I'm saying, and I think this would be totally fair pushback. You would say, Lono, the next PC port would have been Ghost of Yotei. It's too soon to start working on the port, so they had Nixxes help with Saros because Saros is the next mainline game. It's the next first-party game. That would be fair pushback. Babylon Bike with 44 months bumps the line and ties it up. It's 3-3. Another week, another milestone. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, dude, for 44 months. That's a lot of months. I wish Bluepoint could have been supplementary studio instead. I don't disagree with you. I still think and I still maintain that shutting down Bluepoint was a mistake. I think it was a short-sighted decision. I think they were far too talented. I think their operational costs were not high enough to make a dent in the impending problems that might be coming, with the financials and the global economy. Like, I don't think it was worth it to close down Bluepoint. I think it was a mistake. I think they're going to regret it. I think they're going to get 3 or 4 years down the line. Things are going to stabilize, and they're going to be like, man, we really missed that studio. They were really good at what they did, and we got a bunch of games that could be great for remakes right now. Rose Girl with 15 months in a VIP. Welcome back in. Thank you very much. What was the point of PC ports in the first place? Again, if we go back to what Herman Hulst said, and this got ignored by a lot of the people that said PlayStation was becoming third party, they didn't really listen to what the man said. I think it's incredibly important to listen to what he said and then to look at the sales results. Herman Hulst said, we take a dual approach. We have our live service games hit PC day and date. That still means Nixxes has a role to play if they're going to be helping with those games. Especially right now, Nixxes is getting sort of their feet wet being a co-developer. This may not be the first time they've been doing co-development, but it's the first time I've known about it. So they're doing co-development with Saros. And, they could start working with other live service games to make good on what Herman Hulst said. Like, PC games are going to go day and date. Now, at the time, Herman Hulst said the other thing we do is we take our big single-player tentpole titles over to PC at a later date in the hopes that people might want to buy a console for a sequel. Now, they might have started working against that by actually taking the dadgum sequels to PC. Not only that, the sequels started going to PC, and they didn't sell as well as their predecessors. So Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War 2018 all do well. Spider-Man 1 and Miles do okay. They don't seem to do as well commercially. And then Ragnarok, Forbidden West, Spider-Man 2, they all do significantly worse sales-wise. There's like a clear decline. Now, is that the novelty wearing off? Is that people that are kind of like, look, it was really exciting when you did this the first time, but now if we're always going to be getting, secondhand delivery, maybe we don't like that. Maybe there's people that bought PlayStations. I mean, there was people in our community that did that, and they're like, well, I don't need to buy Ragnarok on PC. I bought a PlayStation to play Ragnarok. I didn't want to wait. Maybe there were people that did the same thing with Spider-Man 2. I don't know. We know there are people here that did it, but all we know is they saw diminished sales. We don't know why they saw diminished sales. We can theorize about the novelty wearing off. We can theorize about the optics of getting things later, and maybe the PC audience just eventually was just like, yeah, we don't feel like waiting. Maybe they hurt their standing with the PC audience by having some bad ports. I mean, the Last of Us Part 1 port was bad, and then it got fixed. And then the Spider-Man 2 port was bad, and then it got fixed. Those seem to happen at times that didn't necessarily affect, like, the sales of, like, Ragnarok or, Forbidden West. But if the main point was to go there to get people to come over to the console, it was a console-centric movement. It was like, well, we're willing to do this because we want to be able to, potentially coax people over. If you start to see diminished sales, then you're going to see that, hey, is this worth it? Again, that coinciding with Steam Machine, Project Helix, as well as the PlayStation 6. One of the central things about PlayStation 6 marketing will likely be PSSR 3.0. Like, if you are trying to promote your new hardware with PSSR 3.0, and you're using titles like maybe a new Horizon, maybe a new God of War, what have you, and they're leveraging that tech. Maybe there's third-party developers that come over and start leveraging the tech. That's more of like this strong force of like, this is the only place you can get this experience. Now, not the third-party developers, obviously, but do you want, let's just say, the next God of War? Do you want God of War Egypt landing as a showcase of your technology, as a showcase of PSSR 3.0, and then a year and a half later, it goes to Helix, Project Helix, it goes to PC, and it looks better. It's like it starts getting shown off in a way that, like, sure, that can make your devs look impressive, but if PlayStation wants their tech to look impressive, you're kind of giving away the farm at that point. It's like, well, yeah, we're letting you use our own property against our technology. That starts to feel like it's almost like contradictory. It's like you're working against your own aims at that point. Hey, Lona, I was wondering how long it took you to get used to the PlayStation flat top sticks. Do you use Control Freaks or custom controllers? I don't know. I'm with you, Eric. I used to like the really, really big Control Freaks that were, concave, where like they had like a nice, almost like a bowl feeling for your thumbs. I don't remember how long it took me. I do prefer the DualSense now. I used to only prefer an Xbox controller with those Control Freaks, and not anymore. If you guys are just tuning in, thank you so much for being here. Strong turnout on a Monday. Hit that like button. That does help me out. Go through the ritual and hit the thumbs up, especially you guys that are lurking. Close that chat. If you're on mobile, you got to close the chat, hit the thumbs up. That does help out the video. You're either a platform or a publisher. You can dip your toes on the other side, but you still need to pick a lane, says Hidden Siriu. Zubair says, I think there were a few of us, people who had high-end rigs and could absorb the cost of a console, but it was never going to be a large audience. Yeah, I don't think... that's the other thing, too, Zubair. I wonder if they just flat out didn't get good conversion at all. Like, I wonder if most of their conversion just came from either people that were like they're boasting of like a 20 to 30% new user acquisition for the PlayStation 5, meaning there's a good number of people that are like, yeah, this is my first time buying into PlayStation. Maybe a lot of them came from Xbox. I mean, Xbox has clearly had reduction of hardware sales this generation, the 30 million compared to the over 90 million PlayStations that have sold this gen. So it could have been a lot of Xbox folks. I think Xbox is experienced more than just a slowdown in sales. I think they've experienced some measure of exodus. I think people have left. They're like, I'm out of here. You're going to ship the games over there. I might as well go over there. You know, if you're going to send Starfield and Halo and Forza and Gears, if you're going to send all those games over there, well, I'm just going to go over there because I'm going to be able to get Ghosts of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 at launch. You can now get Death Stranding 2 on PC, but at launch, you could get Death Stranding 2. And a 5-bomb comes in from Ginger. It's the first 5-bomb of the week. Thank you so much, Ginger Prime. If you guys missed Friday's episode, we had another good episode over there on the Gaming Roundtable with Ginger, Mark, and Kronos. It was a good time. So, they might not have even been getting the conversions they were hoping to get. Like, PlayStation may have run the numbers, and they're like, you know, a lot of these people didn't even come from PC. I also wouldn't be surprised if all of the hesitancy and the drama and the controversy of trying to require people to do and make a PSN, I wouldn't be surprised if that changed the calculus, because they're like, now we can't even track who comes over, right? If PlayStation could run the numbers and say X number of people a year are making a PSN for a PC game, and then that PSN account buys a PlayStation, that's a great data point. That's good information. Well, they really fumbled that ball. Now, some of it's not their fault. I mean, they turned off the thing. They turned off the PlayStation requirement on Helldivers, and then 3 months later tried to turn it back on, and it blew up in their face. Well, all that did was make people even more hesitant to sign up for a PSN. Then it was confusing. You didn't need a PSN to play Ghost of Tsushima single player, but you needed a PSN to play Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Then they wanted you to make a PSN for, I think it was Ragnarok, a single player game. Made no sense. So now people are like, I don't want to make a PSN. I don't know what the heck PlayStation's doing. It's like, first they're going to require it, then they don't. Then they try to slam it into Helldivers. That blows up in their face. Then you only need it for Legends and Tsushima, but then you need it for Ragnarok. It wasn't consistent. And more than likely, that played a role as well, because that would have been a very great data point for them internally. Like, hey, X number of, 1,000 people in a month, a couple thousand people, whatever the number is, they make a PSN to play, Ragnarok. And then that PSN 7 months later bought a PlayStation. Like, that's helpful information. Well, if they can't track that, and they're also seeing a diminishment of sales, the plan failed. They failed. They're like, yeah, this isn't work. This is not what we wanted to get out of this. Have you seen the new rumor that Halo Campaign Evolve is certified content complete and fully playable? I am seeing that. I'm also seeing reports that there's been a bunch of problems at the company, and Microsoft says they're going to look into it because there was apparently unethical and unlawful things going on. There was another interview where Herman Hulst basically said that their first-party tentpole titles are to show off their technology. And if Mark Cerny is showing them, listen, PSSR 3 is going to start showing up on the PlayStation 6, and it's going to be going toe-to-toe with the upscalers on PC. And we want to be able to show that off. Well, those waters get really muddy if God of War Egypt is showing off PSSR 3.0, and then God of War Egypt struts over to PC, and now you've got videos a year and a half, 2 years later saying, oh, look at God of War Egypt with the latest version of DLSS. The latest version of DLSS and God of War Egypt looks better than the PlayStation 6. Now, you have to ask the question, is it worth that happening if you're getting diminished sales on PC, if your content is selling less over there than it did initially, if it's leading to less conversions, then you're going to say, we don't want to do that. Why would we do that? It's not that it's too expensive. It's not achieving our business aims. It's actively working against our business aims. Malice One says they have the data, though. Ghost of Tsushima sold 13 million on PS4, PS5, and PC. Ghost of Yosei sold 30 million on PS5 only. I feel like that speaks volumes, no? Are you actually comparing lifetime sales of a title that was out for, 6 years now to a game sales its first week? Like, please tell me you do not think that's a compelling point of data. Like, you can't be serious. You're comparing Yotei's like week 1 sales to 6 years of sales of Tsushima, and Tsushima also was on a much larger, platform when it launched on PS4. Jiminy Christmas, dude. Like, come on, man. I already saw people trying to run the attachment rate argument. I don't know why people run the attachment rate argument. They're like, yeah, people don't buy these consoles for exclusives. The exclusives don't sell well. Is that not 3 million to date? No, it's not 3 million to date. It was like 3 million like the opening week. Yotei sold more than Call of Duty the month it came out in North America. Like, I don't think Yotei... No one's looking at Yotei internally at PlayStation and thinking, this was a commercial failure because a PlayStation 4 game that's been out for 6 years has more sales than it. No, they're not thinking that. Also, we don't know how many copies of Tsushima sold on PC, but I would argue, I would guess 85% of those sales were not on PC. The bulk of those sales were on the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 5. Like, yeah, exactly, Mr. Anderson. Everyone that wants to talk about, well, the 3 million's a flop. Well, then it's Crimson Desert a flop. Crimson Desert sold 5 million on a much larger potential user base. So the attach rate of Crimson Desert's abysmal because there's way more people that could buy Crimson Desert. I mean, look at the millions of users on Steam that didn't buy it. Nobody would argue that Crimson Desert's been a flop. It's not been a flop. It's been massively commercially successful. That's why they're fixing it. I mean, they got a vested interest. The thing is making money, and they needed to land. The review score is going up. The user interaction's going up. That's because they're investing in fixing it. They're getting people to feel better about the game and have a better experience, and they're turning things in a better direction. Nobody would argue that game was a commercial flop because it sold 5 million copies to a potential user base of 300 million or whatever it is. Like, if you add up all the potential users on Xbox and PlayStation and PC, nobody would argue that attach rate is bad. The attach rate argument is only propagated by people that either don't understand or are willfully pushing for something that they know is false. That like, oh, that means the game's failed. I thought that was sales to date. I don't think we have the sales of Yotei to date. I don't think we do. Regardless of the number, let's say it's 3 to 5 million. Let's say it's somewhere in that ballpark. And you're like, well, Tsushima sold more. You are still making a horrible comparison. You're doing lifetime sales of a game that launched on a larger platform, then it got a big update on PS5, then it came to PC. You're comparing that to a game that launched on just the PS5 and it's been out for what, 7 months, 6 or 7 months? Like, even if the number's lower, your comparison doesn't serve to prove anything. It's like, yes, that was like people that said Final Fantasy 16 didn't do well at 3 million sales, and they compared it to some other Final Fantasy game that was on like multiple platforms and a larger platform. A lot of the times people trot out sales comparisons like that. It's not done in good faith. They intentionally stack the deck to make the comparison look like a game had flopped, and those people always seem to forget that like 3 million was a flop for Final Fantasy 16 and 3 million was a flop for Yote. And then when Crimson Desert hit 3 million, everyone was throwing confetti in the air. And I was like, so a multi-plat sells as much as a game on one platform, and the one on the one platform is a flop and the multi-plat's not? Like, what? That doesn't make an ounce of sense. It's not logical because the position's not seeking logic and truth. It's just bad faith. It's a bad faith comparison. By the way, I don't think Yote's a flop. I just think it would sell more on more platforms. Right, and it would. The point is not whether or not it would sell more on more platforms. The point is whether or not PlayStation views bringing their property to PC as something that is in their business interest anymore. They saw a very measurable, diminished amount of sales on PC. So you're like, oh, it'll sell more. Does it really matter if every time they've done it, they've seen less sales? Since Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War 2018 showed up on PC, it's been a very visible slowdown. Like, the games haven't gone over there and sold nearly as well at all. The novelty wore off, or people didn't care. We don't know what the reason is. But if PlayStation's looking at that platform and saying, listen, we don't have momentum, we don't have buy-in over there, we're getting diminished sales, why are we taking our games over there? Especially if all of our future games are going to be showing off PSSR 3.0 on the PlayStation 6. Why on earth would we take our games over there? Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, really, really quickly, as you come in, or if you've been here for a while this morning, go through that ritual, that thing that you do every time. Hit that thumbs up, hit the like. We're sitting at 180. Let's try to get to 200 likes. I appreciate you guys taking the time to do that so much every single day. That is a free way to support the content. No day and date equals automatically less sales. Well, I mean, yeah, of course. And if they try to do day and date, then the game's going to take longer to develop, and then they're going to be doing the same thing. They're going to be working against their business aims. They're going to be actively prioritizing a platform that doesn't show off their technology. PlayStation games are mid-AF. They seem to sell awfully well and get an awful lot of Game Award nominations for being mid-AF. I mean, you don't have to like them, but they seemingly do very well. They review technically very well from tech outlets. They are critically acclaimed. They're award nominated and award decorated, and then they also seemingly sell very well. So I'm not really sure what you're classifying as mid. If you expect the game to get 1.5 million sales in total and it gets 3 million, it's a success. If you expect 5 million sales in total and it gets 3 million, it's a flop based upon market outlook. It might also depend on how much it takes to recoup dev costs. I highly doubt that Yote sold in a way that PlayStation feels like it undersold or didn't sell as well. They said in the same period of time it was selling faster than Tsushima. That's pretty impressive, because Tsushima did very well. Tsushima also launched in 2020 and had that as an advantage. That was a year where sales were up for basically everybody in the gaming sector. Everybody was at home, buying and playing video games. I think it's simple. PS5 exclusives are less exciting than the PS4 gen, as most of them are sequels, so PC players aren't as motivated to play them. I actually think that's a fair piece of feedback, to be like, you know what? The sequels weren't as exciting. And that's one of the things that PlayStation is currently in. They are in the era of the sequel. Tsushima did well. Make Yote. Horizon Zero Dawn did well. Do Horizon Forbidden West. God of War 2018 did well. Do a sequel. Do Ragnarok. Spider-Man 1 did well. Do Spider-Man 2. Yote also cost around $60 million, which was the cost of the first one too. That's really impressive. We're hearing from Schreier, I believe it was Schreier that observed that seems low, that it might be quite a bit higher than the $60 million. I still think their operational costs are lean, and they do have smaller budgets at Sucker Punch, but I don't necessarily know if that $60 million is accurate. It seems like there are people that are starting to question how that's possible. Did you see the latest video from Laura Fryer talking about the relationship between gamers and developers? It's a very relevant conversation. Yes, it is. It's very relevant seeing that there's a combative nature between developers and gamers now that wasn't really there before. Much of that is because of the avenues with which they engage with each other, which is social media, which is a combative place. So I don't necessarily think that it's the relationship that's changed. I think the access and the interaction has changed into a landscape that is very combative by its sheer nature. Talus Gaming was 7 months over there on Purple. Thank you so much. Even if it was 70 million, that's the real story, not 200 million plus, for sure. The other thing they're not working against is, people like, well, the Spider-Man budget was so big. They're also dealing with a Disney licensure. They're also dealing with hiring, people that get more expensive every time. Like, it's probably not too cheap to book Yuri Lowenthal. It's not cheap to book all those voice actors, and it's not cheap to do all that mocap, and it's not cheap to deal with Disney and to Marvel and the marketing budget that they probably want spent on something to that degree. The marketing spend that probably is required to hit the sales thresholds that, Disney wants to see. The Spider-Man budget, I don't think, is necessarily demonstrative of what the market's heading towards. We are seeing budgets get too big, though. We are. I believe Guerrilla's even their budgets were getting too large. And I don't know if maybe that's why they're trying to launch a live service game, like launch something lean that can just generate revenue. I don't know. But I think their Horizon Hunter's Gathering looks stinking terrible. Because to be honest, the PC landscape far exceeds the console landscape. I mean, in what way? Are you talking about in the number of games you can buy? Yes. Are you talking about the potential power threshold? For sure. But I think somebody was making that point consistently on my... I tweeted out the video of Hiroki Totoki talking about wanting PlayStation to be the best place to play in the view of the user. And a bunch of people kept talking and saying, but it's not the best place to play because my PC is so much stronger. And people were very good to respond and say, yeah, the average consumer doesn't care about that. Do you think the average consumer cares that, like, well, no, you could spend $3,000 or $4,000 and have a much higher level experience? Like, imagine looking at, like, the average sales of an electronic device, like a television, or the average type of car that sells on a new car lot, right? You could certainly go to those people and say, listen, I know this company is saying that they want you to think theirs is the best, but you could spend twice as much as you spent and get a much better car. You could spend twice as much as you spent and get a much bigger or better television. Do you think the consumer doesn't know that? Do you think that's lost on the consumer? They're like, oh, really? I didn't know that. Like, walk into the Apple store and be like, hey, you're buying that iPhone there. Did you know you could spend twice as much and get one with a bigger screen and a better camera? And they're like, no. What would I have done if you hadn't shown up to tell me the most obvious thing ever, that I can spend more money and get something that's better? Yeah, they know that. I don't think consumers are like lost on that reality. They can walk into the TV department of a Best Buy or a Target and they can clearly see, if I spend more money, I can get something that's bigger and more powerful. Gee, it's almost like that's a standard within the entire electronics and technology world, like across the board. You're not special because you spent more money on your PC. Like, I'm not trying to burst your PC master race bubble, but like, consumers already know what you think that you're bestowing on them with some sage wisdom. Like, oh, I had no idea that I could spend way more. You're having a different discussion? No, I'm having a discussion I want to have. Get on board or get out. I was looking at Twitter and talking about Totoki and talking about the state of PlayStation, and people were running with that narrative. I mean, if that's a different discussion, get involved or change it or add to it or leave. Like, you don't... What do you mean? You brought up that PC's better. I mean, that's what people were saying all weekend. And I'm like, yeah, people know that. Nobody's in the dark about the fact that they can spend more money. Like, oh my gosh, did you mean to tell me I could spend more than $599 on a console and get a stronger piece of equipment? Where would I be without you, Master Race? Like, no one's in the dark about that reality. Dad of Dads with 44 months, welcome back in. It's all about what the market wants and will support, not about what you can spend. Sure, you can spend way more money on a car. That doesn't mean those really expensive cars sell as many as the more mid-level, consumer-level cars that are sold every year. AOZ says, if the PC community were more accepting of PSN linking and didn't try to make a war between PC and PlayStation, I think PlayStation games would still be coming to PC. That's an interesting observation. That's an interesting observation. You know what I mean? Like, in my mind, if they were able to get that adoption rate and those PSN signups, they might be like, hey, you know, that's a pretty great little platform over there. But everyone's like, we don't want to do that. We hate your stuff. We hate you. And we're going to pirate Spider-Man 17 minutes after it launched. It's like, I wonder why they're deciding, you know, to back off of putting their games on PC. You know what I mean? Sora with a $2 super chat. Forget PCs. The IRL ray tracing is crazy. Now, I'm not saying that, like, you should have played ball, PC boys, or, you know, PlayStation's taking their ball and going home. But when, like, the default stance was one of, it was like a battle from moment one. It was like, wait, this is antagonistic? This is going to be a relationship drenched in animosity? Well, okay. That's not a great market to sell your product, is it? Like, do you know what I'm saying? It would be like, I don't know. It would be like trying to sell jerseys for the rival team in the rival city. You know what I mean? Pick a rival dynasty and go try and sell jerseys in the wrong city. Like, it would be like from moment one, you're dealing with just, it's a fight. It's like, screw you, buddy. Get out of here. We don't want your team's jerseys. Like, that's almost what it felt like from moment one. It was like, yeah, we'll play your games and then we'll pirate them. Oh, and also, we don't want to do PSN. Now, I said the PSN implementation was stupid. I think PlayStation handled it really poorly. Algarian, thank you so much for a member. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but I think from a PR perspective, they could have come out and said, listen, we would like to offer this as a feature, and we're willing to give you things in the game just for linking your PSN. They should have incentivized it and met the PC users halfway instead of just like bludgeoning Helldivers 2 with it. And then you didn't need it for Tsushima, but you needed it for Legends, but then you needed it for God of War Ragnarok. I think PlayStation really mishandled that. I think if they would have handled that better and they would have been more winsome about it, if they would have gone to Helldivers and said, you know what, in light of the circumstances, we would like you to set up a PSN and link it. We're not going to make you, but if you do it, we'll give you the next war bond. Something like that. Because the data and getting people to sign up for PSNs is probably worth the price of a dadgum premium war bond. So if they would have incentivized it, if they would have met the PC users halfway, they may have won some goodwill as well as some traction with, hey, it's worth linking your PSN. Now, obviously, you got to be careful with optics here. I'm just shooting from the hip. You don't want your PlayStation user base feeling like, hey, we didn't get anything. We don't get anything free, huh? Blah, whatever. Like, you got to be careful with that. But on a game-by-game basis, they could have motivated people to connect their PSN and been like, we'll give you a free cosmetic. We'll give you a free something. It doesn't have to be as significant as a war bond. But PlayStation didn't really meet the users halfway. Zubair says, PC players aren't sensitive. They are set in their ways. There's an entire established culture. Coming in and trying to change things is a bold strategy. I tend to agree. I was like, I don't think you know what you're dealing with here. You're dealing with the Steam user base. They ain't going to make a dadgum PSN, dude. They ain't going to do it. Now, you give them an incentive, and you might have got a percentage of, you know, Helldivers 2 players to make a PSN. You know what I mean? I grew up in Philly. I hate seeing garbage Cowboys gear in stores. Offense intended. No. And here's the thing. If somebody came to your city and they opened up and that's all they sold was the rival team's gear, it would be probably a bad strategy. It probably wouldn't go very well. Like, if you start out adversarial, like in your immediate business interaction, like if from moment one it feels adversarial, like we're against you, well, we are your adversary. It's like, well, okay, this isn't going to go very well. I think the point is, PlayStation at some level, there could be multiple levels at play here. The diminished sales, the lack of people signing up for PSN, the branded Helix, the branded Steam Machine, efforts with PSSR 3.0. PSSR 3.0 is going to be foundational to the PlayStation 6. So if your PS6 has got exclusives that everybody knows is going to go to the PC landscape and then look better, that is really hard. That's really difficult to be like, hey, look how great our technology is, ... for now. Like, if it is in fact true, I was told, and this was years ago, I was told Mark Cerny wanted to close the gap on PC. I think that's what Project Amethyst is all about. Project Amethyst is all about saying, yeah, that's great. You can spend that kind of money on a PC. Yeah, you go, girl. Go ahead. We have a box for $700 that can do all that tech. Yeah, we have ray tracing. Yeah, we have path tracing. Yeah, we have upscaling. Oh no, yeah, 4K. Yeah, 60. Oh no, yeah, we got all that. The average consumer is going to say, well, that sounds amazing. That sounds fantastic. Oh, but I can buy. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. The average consumer, think about what Hiroki Totoki said. They want the PlayStation to be the best place to play, ... in the mind of the user. They want the user to think this is the best place to play. You can always go in and say, yeah, but the tech is old, or but this is better, or this is stronger. It doesn't matter if the user thinks it's the best place to play. I say they're scamming people. If they convince people it's the best place to play, they're scamming them. I'm like, they're not. What? No, they're not. They're not scamming them. That's a subjective term. Best place to play could be it's the most convenient. It's the most economical decision in light of how expensive it is to get really strong PCs. It's it's the easiest to set up. It's got a great lineup. It's the best place to play because in their mind, well, it's the only place you can play Wolverine or Saros or Yote or God of War Egypt or Intergalactic. Like, as that lineup gets large, I mean, I think that's the only thing that's going to work against their marketing. I don't know if they're going to want to walk out and do the whole only on PlayStation thing. Like, are they going to want to do that given that there are games that they made that's not true about? Do you want to be talking about only on PlayStation when that's not true for, like, God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok? Like, I just don't know if the potency of that terminology has lost its appeal, because it's like, well, yeah, you're only going to say that for games going forward, so that's kind of weird. Like, you're going to have, like, this new batch of exclusives that are only on PlayStation? Like, I don't know. How is it a scam? You know exactly what you're paying for. I am convinced, Zubair, more than ever, that people hear a word that they interpret as a word of strength, and then that's the word they will use. Right? Scam, fake frames, not native, they use these terms because they think the term will win the argument. I genuinely think that's what it is. Like, they see the word scam as like a weapon in the arsenal. Like, almost like they're playing Pokemon. They're like, I choose you, Scamachu. And they throw out the word scam. And they're like, what do you think of that? What do you think of my argument now? I said scam. And you're like, define scam. And they're like, I choose you, Google. And they're like, they look up scam and they're like, oh, wait, the word doesn't apply here. So I choose you, ad hominem, Well, you're just a pony. You're just a shill. Like, that's the way the argument goes almost every time. It's like you're dealing with someone who's just grabbing from, like, a little armory of Pokemon, and the Pokemon are just words that they think are strong, and when it doesn't work, they always just pull out the be all end all of the discussion, and they attack you. And it's like, yeah, that's like their last Pokemon that they always throw out at the end is Pokemon ad hominem. They would say the dictionary is wrong. The PS5 Pro and the PSVR 2 and the Portal combined is still cheaper than the average PC. True. And the PSVR 2 can, help decorate your... It can help decorate your entertainment system. It ain't really worth turning on much more anymore. Kira He with 10 months. I've said multiple times you're doing an amazing job. Well, that's very kind of you, Kira He. Thank you so much. Lono can legally do that now because the lawsuit has been dropped. I don't think the lawsuit with Pokemon has been dropped. That's right. That's right. I was not grabbing paws, to summon those Pokemon. I was grabbing boxes instead. They were cardboard moving boxes. That's right. Trademark Reforge Gaming. You use your PSVR 2 every day for GT7? Well, I'm glad somebody's getting used out of their PSVR 2. I'm glad. You and maybe 2 other people in the world. No, I'm just kidding. I just stopped using it. I got tired of buying bad ports. And then we had to restructure our kids' library, so there's no room for me over there anymore. So I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm just going to play normal games. Zubair says, ray tracing is not a scam. It is transformative on high-end hardware. The scam was forcing into hardware that wasn't good for it. Yeah, I think in general, we've seen that with ray tracing, DLSS, FSR, and even PSSR. It's like flaws or poor execution in the early days is like perpetual indictment. It's like, well, it's always bad. It's always stupid. It's always a scam. I see people to this day saying that ray tracing is a gimmick and a scam. And I'm like, now hold on a minute. Maybe you could say that in the first, 6 to 8, maybe 12 months that ray tracing was being utilized poorly. But as we crossed over that threshold, that's not true anymore. It's not a gimmick. It's actually a very, very good visual lift in almost any game that it shows up in. And that's going to continue to happen. More than that, you're going to see other versions of ray tracing and things like path tracing make their way into games in a way that enables those games to look amazing. Especially when the battle going forward is we are getting diminishing returns out of the hardware with respect to power. They're going to start to lean on things like ray tracing. And just like how, path tracing, DLSS and FSR and all these other things. Gee, many Christmas, mama. It's like I can't see anything, and there's just a little crack between the monitor and the desk, and all I see is like quick movement, and then she's messing with the printer. You just, No, I don't need to be comforted. I'm fine. It's just one of these days, I'm like, people are like, what happened? His wife came in the room quietly and printed something. Oh. Yeah, she'd be laughing, trying to call 911. I'm sorry, ma'am. What's the problem? My husband's dead. Ray tracing in Spider-Man 2 is amazing. Ray marching is the new path tracing. I can't tell if you're joking. I really can't, Zubair. I don't know anymore with these terms. Ray marching. Broken Earth says, I still kind of believe that ray tracing is a gimmick and a scam, but mostly that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Well, Broken Earth, what do you say to on the Pro when you turn on RTGI in Assassin's Creed Shadows? You don't think the juice is worth the squeeze there? It looks incredible. It looks like a different game. Digital Foundry described it as a generational leap, being able to do that and get 60 FPS solid. It was transformative to the way the entire game looked. Still a better way to go than reading on the toilet? I guess. No, I'm serious. It's the next step. Instead of calculating intersections of rays, it plots out the entire path of the ray. Oh. Make sure the venue is paid off for your wife's B-Day party before you go. Oh, for sure. I'll make sure and do that. Yeah, No, we're not having a birthday party in a venue, Mama. I mean, unless he's talking about paying off the house. Make sure the venue's paid for. You mean the house that we live in? Ray marching is a rendering technique in computing graphics that iteratively samples rays to determine intersections with surfaces defined by signed distance functions. Now you see, chat, why no one listens to the PC guys. Like, this is how they talk. Like, they're like, but you could spend more money to get a stronger PC. And you can have a rendering technique for computing graphics that's iteratively sampling rays to determine intersections with surfaces defined by signed distance functions. And that's better. And people are like, shut up. Is it pretty? I'm just teasing, Jaguar. That was a helpful answer. But do you want to know what most people in chat did? Their ears went, nee. They're like, we don't care about any of that. What are you even saying? Careful or Madam may disappear you for $2. Listen, if there's something that you don't realize as a husband, and hopefully you do now after I tell you, they can kill you anytime they want, and it would be very easy. You know, here you go, babe. I made you a cheeseburger or a coffee or a milkshake, and you're like, thanks. And like an hour later, you're just like, you're dead. Like, it wouldn't be hard. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would, I'm just saying I would tread lightly, boys. Like, it'd be very easy. It wouldn't be difficult at all. Like, you're basically hanging on by a thread, okay? You're hanging on by, like, the garbage needing taken out. I mean, because a lot of you guys are terrible, and you're slobs, and your wife resents you. Your life's hanging on by a thread is what I'm basically trying to tell you, okay? You're fine. I got thick skin. There's a cope argument of Crimson Desert versus Yote, though. Crimson Desert's the first single-player game for a largely unknown Korean studio, and Korean studios largely have a rep for making mindless slop. I don't understand the logic of your statement. How is there cope there? They're completely different games. I'm not really sure why they would even be compared. I mean, I was comparing sales because on the one hand, we heard 3 million sales was a flop, and then when Crimson Desert does it, it's amazing. And it's like, but it's on more platforms. What? It's like people don't even listen to their own logic. I also don't think Pearl Abyss is unknown. They've been working on BDO for years. What are you talking about? With 10 or less games requiring ray tracing after 4 generations, I think it's very telling about performance efficiency. It's very bad still. I actually can't comment on that. I don't know where the performance efficiency is, Rainwalker, but I will say this. The fact that they got it running so well, like RTGI, which is Ray Tracing Global Illumination, the fact that they got it running so well on the Pro is not that strong. Like, the Pro is dope, and I like my Pro, but I don't have delusions of grandeur about how strong it is, regardless of how many times people want to call me a pony. I'm like, it's not that strong. So the fact that they got RTGI working so well in AC Shadows on the Pro, I feel like that they're getting better with the efficiency. Maybe. I don't really know. I mean, I can't comment across the board. I'm not super educated on it. I just know developers like it and they're going to keep using it. So hopefully that means we have future hardware iterations that can work well with the ray tracing so that what you're saying becomes a thing of the past. If that makes sense. We gave them the power because we love them. You haven't given me anything. He says, I was talking about my wife. That's an amazing exchange of information there, the way those two gentlemen just went back and forth in the chat. Ray tracing efficiency has started improving over the last several years, says Mandela Effects. We are at the tipping point, says Zubair, where it's becoming transformative and not just a drop-in replacement. Drop-in replacement for performance hit was not worth it for most. Which is why for a long time I told people, I said, I think ray tracing is just a gimmick. It's just a resource hog gimmick. It's like, why are you putting this in your games? It just makes the game run poorly. Which I think was fair. And many people still feel that way. And I think the times have changed on it. I think the quality and all that, I think it's all shifted. If you guys are watching right now on YouTube If you haven't hit subscribe yet, consider hitting subscribe. You don't have to subscribe to my channel to talk in chat, but we'd love to see you come back on a day-to-day basis and join these conversations. You can also hit the like button. Hitting like is free. You can help us get to 300 likes. That does help me out. Proof of a handheld is not proof of PS6. The handheld has a market. That sentence doesn't make any sense. PS6 does not. The Sony price rise is to monetize the extended gen, not cut ready for next gen. Oh, I see what you're saying. You just didn't do a great job of using punctuation. I was like, what the heck are you talking about? Okay, you're saying the handheld has a market. The PS6 does not. You just missed a period. And I was like, what the frick are you saying? Okay, so proof of a handheld is not proof of PS6. Okay. I don't think what you're saying is unfair at all. I genuinely think there is a big market for the handheld, especially in light of how well their one handheld sold. Didn't they sell like 80 million of them or something ridiculous? I think the market's a lot more conducive and receptive to handhelds right now, especially the Japanese market and markets where gaming on the go is more common. You know, markets have very good public transportation, as well as where people are not home as often. A handheld's more likely to get traction than a console. Fair made point. Yes, I think there's a handheld market for sure, and the market potentially is growing. Second thing you said, there's no market for PS6. You think that the rise in the price of this current gen is to extend it. That doesn't make much sense to me. You would need to expound on what you mean. How does raising the price of the PlayStation 5 and the Pro and the Portal, how does that help extend or give signs that they're trying to extend? Now, I'm going to push back on what you're saying with what Moore's Law is Dead said. Moore's Law is Dead said, that sounds cool. He basically said that the price to produce the PlayStation 6 is cheaper. The PS6 and the handheld are set up to be lower production costs than the PS5 and the Pro. That would be a motivation to jump to the new gen, scale down, stop making Pros, basically. And if the PS6 can hit the market lower than that 900, what the 900 will naturally do, demand for the Pro will just go like this. And as you sell through that last bastion of inventory, you just start replacing it on the shelves with a PS6 for less money, and now you're choosing between a PS5 and a PS6, 600 or 700 or something like that. Again, I'm just going based off of what Moore's Law is Dead said in his video, that like they're making these cheaper. That could be an internal motivation to say, we got to jump to this because the production cost of the Pro and the PS5, we can't really justify that anymore, especially the Pro. If they can offer the PS6 at the price of the current PS5, what PS4 player would be able to resist? Not the Pro, the base. Yeah. Moore's Law is Dead is saying the PlayStation 6 will hit the market cheaper than the Pro, which very likely means it could land at the exact same price as the PS5. Then they would drop the price on the PS5, clear through all that inventory, and it'd be over. It'd be like, yeah, we're in this gen now because we can make them cheaper. I'm not saying that's what they're going to do. I'm just theorizing that that could be something they decide is like, yeah, this is going to be a much better protective barrier against all these rising costs. Rising production costs, the raw material costs, the war, you know. So freaking annoying that we're doing this again in 2026. Like, let's just mess with the entire global economy. Like, great. So now we're all dealing with it. I mean, everybody's dealing with it. You don't believe him? You don't believe Tom from Moore's Law is Dead? Is that who you're talking about? What are the PS6s basically a similar power level to the PS5 Pro? Oh, it won't be from what we've heard. It won't be a huge jump, but it's going to leverage PSSR 3, whatever this neural processing thing that they're working on. I believe it's going to have something like for ray tracing that the Pro doesn't have. Lono, it needed a semicolon and not a period. Andy, I swear to frick that if you're going to make jokes and insult me, at least do it in a super chat. Oh, I'm just kidding. Moore's Law is Dead says things that don't make sense. He recently said that people need a 4080 to match the performance of Resident Evil Requiem on a Pro, which is false. Even a 4060 can handle path tracing in that game. I mean, listen, if you're going to get into a debate about power thresholds and similarities between PC and the Pro, I don't go to Moore's Law is Dead for that. I go to him for leaks. And what he's leaking is consistent with things that he's leaked in the past. He gets the info way before anybody else. He makes it clear that the information is solid. He's not just making it up. If he's talking about this GPU versus the PS5 Pro and all of that, I don't go to him for that. I go to him for leaks. If I want power threshold comparisons, I mean, I'm going to go to Digital Foundry. Don't believe Tom. He's been wrong multiple times, and when he gets called out for being wrong, he assaulted his audience. Oh, he assaulted them. Oh, my gosh. Did they write twitlongers later about that? That sounds serious. Oh, gosh. I actually tried to super chat, but it kept failing. Yes, because you always do these $2 super chat insults, and your bank's probably like, what are all these $2 super chats? Somebody stole your credit card. They had resources to make a massive game that a real underdog could never dream of. It's not a Cinderella story. It's a large company making a game similar to their last work. Yeah, I'm so done debating that game. If you're having fun, I'm not talking to you, Hidden Syria, but like, if you're having fun in that game, great. Go have fun. Why are you so worried about defending it if it's so fun? People who deal in rumors get things wrong from time to time. Apparently, Zubair, if Moore's Law is dead, if he gets something wrong and you call him out about it, he'll find you in a dark alley and beat the tar out of you. He said, if you don't believe me, you are morons. Oh. You have to warn somebody before you put assault in my chat. All right, everybody. I need everybody to do performative cancel culture with twitlongers about Pelokan and say, listen, he put the word morons in a chat. He did not warn us that he would be assaulting chat. Also, not only did he not get consent for the assault, he put it in all caps. He doubled down. I mean, he just went all the way in and just assaulted all over the chat. He called people morons for not believing him. Okay. What did he get wrong? What are you referring to that he got so egregiously wrong? Oh, by the way, this happens to everybody, right? That have sources. They're like, this is the info, this is the documentation, and then plans change or something's moved or shifted, right? What's this thing you're saying he got so wrong that we should think that everything else that he's saying is completely made up? You know what I mean? I'm curious. Tom's great struggle is that people are morons and don't understand what he says. That's true. It's true. I mean, that's got to be exhausting. I have no idea what it feels like to be misunderstood or to have your words twisted and misrepresented. It's never happened to me before, so I have no idea what that's like, but it's probably pretty frustrating. It was about the CPU being SMT4. Don't remember if it was Zen 2 or 3, but we said that would not happen, and he still stuck by it. Okay. Here's the problem with your argument. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. You're going after the man. It's a form of ad hominem. So you're trying to attack his credibility instead of going after the things he has claimed. So you're like, well, I'm not going to believe him because he got something wrong in the past. Okay, now that we've established your threshold for believing him, cool, move on. You can leave now. We don't need to interact with you anymore because you're not taking part in the conversation. Or you can stay, and I'm going to give you an on-ramp back into the conversation. Are you ready? Engage with what he said. He said that they're making the PlayStation 6 to be cheaper than the PS5 and the Pro. Like, that's the goal, is to get the production cost lower. He has corroborative reports, by the way. There are other people claiming this, not just him. Do you think that that's not true? Engage with that rather than being like, well, I'm going to zoom out on the conversation. I don't really want to engage in the conversation. I just want to monkey wrench it and be like, well, Moore's Law is not trustworthy. He got something wrong, and he had the audacity to use the word morons. Well, now that we've dealt with that, deal with the things that have been stated. I don't think what he's claiming is outlandish, that they're trying to keep the price of production lower on the PlayStation 6 with like a cheaper power supply and cheaper cooling. That doesn't sound that crazy to me. He's also gotten a lot of things wrong. I appreciate you telling us that. We already know that. Let's move on. He gets things wrong. Thank you for informing everybody that he's not perfect. If you wouldn't have shown up, we would have ended today thinking he was perfect and never got anything wrong. I mean, thank God you showed up today, because we would have rolled credits on this stream all under the delusion that he was perfect and never gets anything wrong. Jiminy Christmas, it's good you showed up. Now that we've established that, engage with the claim. I don't think the claim is that outlandish. He's not claiming it's going to be a NASA supercomputer. He's saying they're going to try and keep the production costs down. The die size is smaller. It's cheaper power supply, cheaper cooling. I don't think he's the only one that has made this claim, by the way. I don't think he's the only one who's made this claim that they're going to try and keep the production costs of the PlayStation 6 lower. This was stated in another report somewhere about the PlayStation 6 and what they were targeting. In all due respect, Lono, Moore's Law is a Sony shill. He's 100% biased. I don't trust biased people no matter their track record. Thank you for establishing that you don't trust anybody because everybody's biased. Also, thank you for doing exactly what I just said is a waste of time. That's just ad hominem. If you're not going to engage with what he said, if you're not going to engage with what I'm saying, and you're just going to have a go at him, frickin' leave. I'm so tired of dealing with people like you. Engage in the conversation or find somewhere else to hang out. It's tiring. I just trotted out the way to engage in the conversation. I don't care what you think about Moore's Law is dead. Engage with what he said. You're bad. You're darn right you're bad. Engage in the conversation. It's so dadgum exhausting. But Moore's Law is dead got something wrong on June the 10th of 2024 at 7 in the morning. Cool. Great. He gets things wrong. I don't think his claim is that audacious. That, they're going to try and keep the production costs down. Engage with that. I don't care about your swipes at him. Oh, he's biased and he got stuff wrong. Cool. Thank you. We've established that. Move on and engage with what's actually being talked about. No one cares about your opinion about him as a YouTuber. No one in here was scratching their noggin being like, I really hope a bunch of randoms tell us what they think of Moore's Law. Tell us about what he's claimed. Do you think it's believable or not? Do you think it's likely that that's something that happens? Cheaper components only do so much. The expensive is the silicon, the RAM, the GPU, CPU, and the like. If RAM's expensive and the new TSMC fabrication is expensive, then the console can't be cheaper. Do you see what you just did? You gave us something to talk about. Zubair says, do we know the process node of the PS6 is going to use? I'm going generally from everything we've heard on leaks is that they're going to try and keep production costs down. They want it to be a cheaper device to make. I mean, that's the point. And I have said for a while that I don't think they're coming out with a device in 2027. I was like, nah, it'll be more like 2028. For the same thing that you're saying, Palokin. You're saying it's going to be too expensive. You still have all these other pieces you got to put in there. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying I think they're going to halt production, or at least they're going to try and pump the brakes and wait as long as they possibly can, which would then push the ship date of the PlayStation 6 into 2028. I'm in agreement with you that that's more likely to transpire. Moore's Law is dead's coming out and saying, no, they're going to keep production costs down. They're aiming for 2027. FYI, Lono, if you ever get anything wrong, I'm out of here. Everything's speculation. LOL, great for clickbait, great for people to make money from it. What? What are you talking about? That's not what anybody's doing here. I enjoy speculating with hardware leaks for consoles and GPUs. I'm interested to see how the PS6 compares to the current GPUs when it releases. Happy to get a PS6 at launch and when the transition back to PC once the GPU tech surpasses that in the console. Similarly to what I did this generation. I won't think I would ever bounce back and forth, Yelgler. That's not what I would do. I'm interested to know, what do you do with your library? Do you just maintain and grow both libraries? You're like, I'm going to live here and then I'm going to go back over here. Right? Don't show them this. What is that, Fuzzy? What do you have there? Let me see. I can listen to it.
Forza, Halo Infinite, and Hi-Fi Rush aren't first party.
Oh gosh, I hate you. Let's get out of here, Fuzzy. Halo Infinite and Hi-Fi Rush aren't first party. Everything is speculation. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. They are moving away from big, bulky GPUs. They want them to power efficient, and they don't know if we'll see them in the 60 series. I'm not sure what he's answering somebody else. Yelgler says, I grow both. I also keep the PlayStation for the exclusives once I've moved to PC. And a 10 bomb comes in from Hidden Siryu. Thank you so much. And gets us to the first milestone of the week. I owe YouTube a member. We just hit 26. Thank you, sir. I keep the PlayStation for the exclusives. Once I move to PC, I use the PC for third-party and Xbox titles. Okay. Caught in 4K? What do you mean caught in 4K? What are you even saying? How did Ghost fail sales expectations? Facts first. The world economy 2 years. And Ghost of Yotei had a built-in fan base from the previous title. It failed to meet sales expectations. Oh, so you just come in and say things that aren't true. Got it. Now we know we can just ignore you and not pay attention to you. Guys, just so we're all clear, ZZYGYY, what a great username. Clearly not something you typed up quickly so that you could, I don't know, have nobody know who you are, I guess. Maybe we're supposed to call you Ziggy. Maybe. I don't know. Just so we're clear, when they type in chat, they just make things up. So, I guess we can dismiss them like we dismissed anybody else that makes mistakes, except they're making willful mistakes. They're already building the console to be cheaper to produce than the PS5 because they noticed how many of their users were still on PS4. That's a probable potential. That's a probable reality that they're trying to leverage. It's like, we've got to get those last bashing people out the PS4. You're just stuck there. They're going to come no matter what over to the console because GTA 6 and Call of Duty eventually are going to nudge a good portion of them. Waste of time again. There'll be no game exclusives ready for the PS6. How long to make a game? 10 years? Can you indicate what games you're talking about that have taken 10 years to make? What game? I'm not sure what games you're referring to. Just got in. Was there an update on the Sony PC strategy? The update seems to be that they have updated all of the studios on their official website. They've removed any mention of PC except for Nixxes. The interesting thing about Nixxes is it mentions that they're experts in PC ports, but also that they're going to be helping teams co-develop their games, as they are doing right now with Soros. So I don't think you're going to stop using Nixxes for PC ports. I just don't think they're going to be doing PC ports of the tentpole titles anymore. The big single-player tentpoles. Maybe smaller titles, but also maybe just the live service games. We don't know. They'll keep costs low because, like, for example, PS5 only uses 38 gigs for HDMI 2.1 instead of 40 like the Xbox Series X. This keeps costs low, and the PS5 still outperforms the Series X graphically most of the time. 10 years, is he talking about State of Decay 3? Hey, I'm glad more people picked up on the absurdity of what these gentlemen are coming out and saying. That, like, yeah, when we announced it, the game didn't even exist. Yeah, and we haven't even really started working on it yet. Oh, that's great. You announced it 6 years ago. Thank you. The question would be using a strong enough GPU that it gets better performance in the base PS5 while also being able to get better results in the Pro with upscaling such as PSSR. I'm a person that would wait, but I can't lie. If they show me Spider-Man 3 or GT8, Gran Turismo 8, or a mainline Horizon game, I'm getting it day one. I'm telling you, that's typically what it is. The right game gets people to switch. I mean, it happens. And I think for a lot of people, it's going to be GTA 6. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be one of the main things that get people to switch over. And then Call of Duty, whenever Call of Duty finally doesn't land on PS4. Cobra Live Radio says right. What do you mean right? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I was trying to get clarification on what you said. You said, waste of time again. There'll be no game exclusives ready for the PS6. How long to make a game? 10 years. State of Decay 3 is not a PlayStation game. It's an Xbox Studios game. So what games are you thinking of? Like I don't understand what you were trying to communicate to us. Horizon 3, I think a PS6 Venom, PS6 Gran Turismo 8, and a PS6, I think, Uncharted. Well, here's what's going to happen, Byron. I can see the future. More than likely, folks that are going to argue in a similar way to what Cobra Live was probably starting to do is they'll claim that if the games are cross-gen, they don't count. So, because they don't understand game engines and game development, they understand, dishonest diatribes that get clicks on YouTube. So what they'll do is they'll say those games don't count. Horizon Forbidden West doesn't count because it's a cross-gen title, is a common thing that people said. Same with God of War Ragnarok. Those games didn't count. They didn't count because they were you could play them on the PlayStation 4. So more than likely, that's what this gentleman is that the tree that he's barking up is that, well, the PlayStation 6 won't have a bunch of exclusives. It'll have cross-gen games. It will almost assuredly have cross-gen games. This is true. I don't see that changing anytime soon. You do change the background every day? Not every day. I change it on the week. Every Monday I come in and kind of move things around back there. Like that's the point is. The point is there is no point, right? The point is there is no point. They'll argue that, and no one actually cares about that. It's just a way to keep score in Twitter land and like YouTube chat squabbles. The average consumer doesn't care about that. If they've been waiting like a really, really long time and they're on the PS4 and they're thinking about getting a PS6, I don't think they're going to say, oh, but God of War Egypt is cross-gen, so it doesn't count. Did you read my last? When did you say it? With Sony conversation with Bloom, it's crazy. Number one, point that out except for your community. I watched that whole content. I've never been happier with a comment. That was wonderful, Collide. Thank you. I think I'm going to take up Russian now because you've given me the courage to try to read a language I don't understand. I have no idea what you were saying. I have no idea what that comment meant. One game doesn't sell the console. One game does tip it from 49 to 51 or to 51 to 49. Is he implying because it's cross-gen, it won't utilize the PS6 hardware? Well, it's not a good faith argument. They don't make it in a genuine way, right? They don't make it in a genuine way. They don't make it in a genuine way. They basically are like, it doesn't count. They know the game is great. They know the game is highly reviewed. They know the game's going to get, probably Game of the Year nominations. And they know the game leverages the new tech. You know what I'm saying? Like, they know that Horizon Forbidden West and Ragnarok looked and ran incredible on the PlayStation 5. They know that. They know it leveraged the new technology that you didn't get on the PS4. They know that. They know that doubling your frames is a significant achievement. Like, they know this. They're not making the argument in good faith. They're just there to waste your time. The reason I do this, I just chop the slats out from underneath this nonsense because that's what it is. It's nonsense. It's not an argument that's actually assessing the value of the game or the device. It's fanboy drivel. And if you don't agree with it, then they'll accuse you of being the fanboy. It's like the house always wins when the argument is stupid. Does that make sense? It's like they intentionally make a bad argument, and when you don't agree with them, well, they just get to bludgeon you with a name. Oh, well, you're just a pony because you won't admit this. What they'll do is if you don't admit their absurd, bad faith, anti-intellectual position, then you're the fanboy. It's so drenched in irony. It's like it's a bad faith, tribalistic fanboy argument from the beginning, and when you don't agree with it, then you get labeled the fanboy. The house always wins when the person dealing the cards is absolutely stacking the deck from moment one. You can't win in those debates with people. That's why I just call it what it is. It's bad faith. It's anti-intellectual. It's not logical. You don't apply this logic and this rigor to any other game. They only do it in this circumstance. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to do the same thing with the PS6. Time is a flat circle. We're going to go through the same debates when the PlayStation 6 comes out. Well, that game doesn't count because it's also on the PS5. And it's like, okay. You don't understand how engines in development work. Either that or you're choosing to ignore those facts and make a bad argument on purpose. So you either lack character and integrity or you're just ignorant. Either one's not great. But this is what we had to deal with this entire generation. We've had to deal with it this entire generation. What's up with the PS6 leak and GTA 6 delayed again? Who said GTA 6 is delayed again? Where'd you hear that? I've not seen that anywhere. Collide says Sony on Bloomberg. I don't know what you're talking about, Collide. I think power efficiency will play a big part, says the Furious Pickle. Silly amount of fidelity for less power than the previous gen. That's the goal. Like, that's Cerny's goal with the next iteration of hardware. His goal is to get things to a place where they're getting leaps in image lift and visual fidelity, and they're not worrying about, like, well, we better deliver a bunch of raw power. Most of the people that found this stream today by searching for it were searching for PS6. So if you guys are interested in the PS6, that's kind of what we've been debating, is can they do it to a degree where the production cost is down and then they're able to like ship it next year as a way to basically replace the PS5 Pro, since the PS5 Pro is now $900. I just got done watching the new Mall Animated show. It looks like it's getting good reviews, Kavassis. Back during PS2 era, we had so many Gran Turismo games. Now we have one, and it's cross-gen. Okay. Can you explain why that's a problem? I mean, I guess you'd have to go back to that era. And you said we had so many Gran Turismo games. In the PlayStation 2 era, how many Gran Turismo games launched? During the PlayStation 2 era, there were two main Gran Turismo games. Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec, launched in 2001, it looks like, and then Gran Turismo 4, the second full installment. So that's so many to you? It's always interesting. We've done this many times. This isn't the first time we've done this, where like we have this like this golden era view of a time period, and then we look at it, because I remember people saying we used to constantly get first party games during those generations, and we went back and looked, and it's like, no, actually they weren't first party, they were third party. They later became first party, but at the time they weren't. I mean, like, so you're the fact that we got, two Gran Turismo games back then, you think that's better than the one that they have now, and you're like, oh, and it's cross-gen. The interesting thing going forward is going to be that, like, because the hardware is having more, congruence and cartilage between them, that's actually something that's going to benefit the consumer, and people are going to, like, contort themselves like a pretzel to argue that it's actually bad. Like, the fact that, like, the leap into the next gen is going to be more meager, so there's going to be more cartilage between, which means this will really twist your noodle. So the argument has always been that, like, consoles are stupid because you got to replace them every 6 or 7 years, and then you're locked in and you can't upgrade the hardware and everything else. And now we're getting to a point where they make the hardware leap, and then they make the games, and because the games are cross-gen, people got a lot more life out of their PlayStation 4s this gen. I guess I'm curious why people don't celebrate that. Isn't it weird that they use it as an indictment on something that they actually claim is a bad thing? Like, it's a bad thing that, like, the consoles cost that amount of money, and then you're stuck in that ecosystem, and you can't upgrade the hardware. And then, they force you to get new consoles every X number of years, and when they actually set up a situation where they don't do that, then it's an indictment and it's a problem. You see how it's not consistent? It's like it's not a consistent position. It's like, well, wait a minute. Wouldn't that be a value point to the consumer? I thought these people were all about being pro-consumer. I mean, that's typically the arguments I hear from this side of the discussion, is they're all about being pro-consumer. It's interesting that they would have such a problem with cross-gen titles then. Aren't cross-gen titles good for the consumers that all are still on a PlayStation 4? I mean, that's the grand irony, is that if they would have walked into this gen and left behind the 110 million PlayStation 4 owners and been like, nope, you can't get these games, you must get a PlayStation 5, everybody would have said that that's anti-consumer. But when they do a cross-gen period of time, so when the PlayStation 5 walks onto the scene, there's at least a period where your PlayStation 4 is still viable and still getting games, then suddenly that's a negative. Instead of seeing it as like, well, what do you mean? They didn't turn their backs on all those consumers and force them to get a new console. It's not a consistent position. It's a position that from its bone marrow to its hair, it's dishonest. It's like you're not maintaining an honest position. You're basically making up criticisms. It's like they're not real. It's not a genuine complaint. You think all the people on PS4 were like upset? They were like, oh man, I get to enjoy the new Horizon and the new God of War and the new Gran Turismo because they're cross-gen. Like, you think they were sour about that? I don't think so. The same thing's going to happen when we get into the PS6. The PS6, the PlayStation 6, is going to have more cartilage with this generation, especially because of PSSR and the PlayStation 5 Pro, and there's going to be probably a greater period of cross-gen support. Isn't that good for all the people who bought a PlayStation 5? Hilly says, I always look at 1995 and 96 with rose-tinted glasses because Command & Conquer launched and then Diablo, and then I played my brains out. I had a huge amount of time, but I would never argue that was the golden age of gaming, but I did have a blast, but would never argue that it was better than anything ever before. Yeah, I mean, Hilly, there was a time where I played way more Quake 2 and Quake 3 and StarCraft with my buddy. He'd come, like, spend the night. We'd have him in the living room on a computer. I'd be in the dining room on a computer, and we'd play StarCraft until our eyes bled. We would boot up fun money maps and just beat the tar out of the computer. I would never be like, well, that's the golden era. Reverted Cloud says, I think the people who stuck on PS4 could not get a PS5 when launched. Then when they could, the price kept going up. So it's Sony's own making. What do you mean the price kept going up? Do you mean to tell me that for 5 years people couldn't get a PS5, brother? PlayStation didn't raise the price for 5 years. What are you talking about? They raised the price last year by $50. Listen, everybody's got their own struggles in life. Everybody's got their own financial realities. But if for 5 years you're like, I just couldn't make it work, brother, you've got bigger things going on in your life than worrying about a PlayStation 5. Like, you know what I'm saying? If 5 years is not enough time for you to set aside $450, you have far bigger concerns than buying a console. Like, you are really strapped. Times are really hard if that's the situation that you're in. Like, I am not at all shaming anybody who's having financial struggles. What I'm saying is that consumer isn't even thinking about that. If for 5 years you can't set aside in your budget, however many months that is, that's 60 months. So take $450 and divide it by 60 months. If you can't set aside money each month to basically, I'm going to get a PS5 eventually, brother, they're not worried about that. They're probably worried about eating and putting gas in the car or getting to work. Like, I don't think those consumers are concerned if that's how down bad they are financially. I think the last thing on their mind is a PlayStation 5. Survival's more important. At that point, yes. If you take $450 to get yourself a Pro and you divide that by the 60 months, that's $7.50 a month. Homie, if you set $10 aside for 60 months, you'd have more than enough money to buy a console, peripherals, and some games. You'd have $600 in your hand. If you can't set $10 aside a month over the course of 6 years, then you are in a far worse scenario than anybody that's like considering upgrading their console. You are in a tough spot. And God bless those people. That's a terrible place to be. We know people that are in those situations. We are in proximity with and help people that are commonly in those scenarios. You know what they never bring up? They never bring up gaming. They're trying to make sure their kids have food. Like, you know what I'm saying? Reminds me of a picture of a PS5 on a kitchen island in a microwave with a monitor captured. Finally got a PS5. That's right. My PlayStation 5 was a gift from my dad and stepmom. Well, I mean, yeah, that's great when people can bless you like that. The PS5 digital launched at $400 6 years ago. I got one at launch. I had to wait a few times on the direct, but I got one following what others did. I want to think about the little 11-year-old Johnny going to his non-gamer mom and saying, "Mom, I want a Pro at $900. Oh, no, I agree with you there. The optics on getting a Pro right now are crazy. I can't imagine a kid, a teenager, anybody, a husband being like, "Hey, babe, I want to go ahead and get that Pro now." And she's like, "Oh, okay, cool. How much is it?" It's $900. Like, what'd you say? It's $900. Oh, well, no, we're going to have to wait then. When it was $700, a slightly different conversation. And that's the Pro. I mean, if you were like, "Hey, babe, I'm finally going to upgrade to a PlayStation 5, or maybe she wanted to get you one for your birthday, $450 for a PlayStation 5 digital is not bad. $599 changes the calculus. That's like, wow, that's $150 more. There are people right now, I believe it was even in Moore's Law, I believe it was even in his title. He said, don't buy the PS5 Pro, just wait for the PS6. I mean, that's what he's advising. I lost my job. I had to choose between paying rent or playing games. I chose the rent, so I had to sell my PS5, got a new job, starts tomorrow. Props for you, man. Keep going. I mean, times get tough, and you got to buckle down sometimes and figure it out. Whether you got to sell your hobby, sell plasma, I mean, anything, and then, things will restabilize. You'll never hear me shame somebody who's trying to figure those things out, man. That's tough. But I also don't think somebody in that tough situation is like wringing their hands over the price of the PlayStation. It's out of the frame for them. Dryad Sons, thank you for gifting a member, blessing somebody else with a membership. That's very kind. Trill says, y'all tripping. What's really going to happen is he going to buy it behind her back and not mention the price. That's true. €900. Better make that a crisp 1,000. Well, I didn't say euro. I said dollars. Prices won't go down while the AI arms race is happening. I mean, the AI thing is blowing up in so many companies' faces, and I think it's wonderful. I think it's absolutely wonderful. You know what I mean? It's exactly what we were all hoping would happen to these companies. And then, it'll settle down, hopefully stabilize, and then hopefully the globe itself stabilizes. If I didn't have a Pro, I would not spend $900. I would wait for the PS6. I actually think that's actually really good advice, to be honest with you. Now, if you're sitting on a PS4, it just depends on how much you want GTA 6. It depends on, do you want to wait on Wolverine or Saros, Ghost of Yote? Like, do you want to wait on these things? Like, if you don't have a PC, throw all of those other PlayStation games in the mix as well. Like, Spider-Man 2, Death Stranding 2. Like, if you don't have a PC and you're just on a PlayStation 4, there are a lot of games you can't play right now. But I know I would actually advise people right now on a PS5, just wait. Just wait for the PlayStation 6. The jump in the Pro is great, but you're going to be mad as a hornet if you drop $900 dues on a PlayStation 5 Pro and then you turn around and the PlayStation 6 comes out like 10 months later, a year later, and it's lower. You're going to be pissed because the Pro is not going to have good trade-in value at that point, I would imagine. S3 Plane says, I think it's funny how people feel bad for developers that make a game that flops, like High Guard, but a lot of people are perfectly fine for the AI devs to flop. I just think it's different, right? I think it's different. Like, I think you see like what happened with High Guard, and I think there were probably people working at that company that really intended to make a good game, and they were doing their best. And, you feel bad for them. You're like, yeah, that kind of sucks. The thing you were working on wasn't very good and didn't do very well. I wouldn't put them in the same ballpark as like an AI dev. Like, they're not in the same universe. As a 15-year-old kid, I used to pack bags in the supermarket and make deliveries on the weekend to buy games and sneakers. Why would you be pissed? You can trade it in. The trade-in value can't plummet that fast. Sure it can. It's retailing at $900. More than likely what happened, Yanadid, and again, I'm thinking if the PlayStation 6 comes out and is cheaper than the Pro, your Pro is going to have such little trade-in value because no one's going to frickin' want one. Who's going to want a Pro at that point? Your PS5 Pro will have diminished value almost instantly. Zubair says the AI industry are a bunch of selfish a-holes with no concerns about anyone else. Resale value is controlled by supply and demand. Right. So, like, the trade-in value of your Pro will drop instantly if there's a PlayStation 6 in the market that is cheaper than the Pro, because GameStop can't do anything with the used Pro at that point, because people are going to be like, I don't want that. A Pro is $900. What are you going to sell a used one for? It's going to have to come in at less money than the PlayStation 6, which means they're going to give you less money on the trade-in value. It's not that you're going to get nothing. I wasn't trying to communicate that you would get nothing for your PS5 Pro. I'm just saying you'd probably be pretty ticked off. You're like, I haven't even had this thing a year, and you guys are coming out with a PS6, and it's cheaper, which then diminishes my trade-in value of the Pro that I just bought within the year. Now, you could hope that sometimes GameStop is aggressive on trade-in value right at the beginning because they want people coming into the store. So you could get good money for your Pro in those early days. That's if you can get one, if you can get a PlayStation 6. I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe I spoke too quickly or harshly. I'm not trying to indicate that like your Pro is going to have no value, but the value would certainly go down. As a software dev, I believe AI is super impressive and helpful. However, the way these AI execs are going about developing it is horrible. They seem borderline evil to me. Yeah, the mask is off. They're like, we're just here to make a ton of money. We don't care what we do to the global market. We don't care what we do to cost of living and the lives of people and industry. They don't freaking care. They don't. I just don't see the PS6 being cheaper. Not how things are. I mean, PC market has been dealing with this for about 9 years. There's a part of me that agrees with you, Revertive Cloud, because I think I said in my show open, I said, this is really hard to believe. Like, I'm telling you what Moore's Law is dead said, and then I'm saying in response, I think it's hard to believe that they're going to try and drop something next year that's the production cost is cheaper, so they're able to lower the price. Here's the thing, though. Here's what's interesting. Kepler corroborates what Moore's Law is dead is saying. Kepler said that they're going to be able to get the production cost of the PS6 at like $760, and if they're willing to subsidize that, they could sell it for $700. So Kepler's kind of agreeing with Tom at Moore's Law is dead. Kepler already said this. Kepler said this like a week ago, that like they're aiming at a production cost of $760 per unit on a PS6. They could then subsidize that, eat $60 per unit, and sell it for $700, which would then come in below the cost of a PS5 Pro, which, as I've said, that would diminish the value of the PS5 Pro instantly, which would then mean, again, you would want to trade in almost instantly, because if you don't, you're going to be dealing with, over time, every month, every week that passes, your PS5 Pro is less and less valuable. What is this? Hang on. Skateboard guy says what? Moore's Law says less is more. I'm not sure what you mean. They'll drop the price of the Pro when the PS6 launches, so no, the Pro will not be more expensive. I don't know, Garrett. Why would they do that? They would probably stop and slow production of the Pro and just sell through the remaining backlog and not have a reason to lower the price. Now, they could maybe lower the price as time goes on because they're just trying to get rid of them. But the optics there might make people buy the PlayStation 6. You're just yapping? Okay. I wasn't sure what you meant. It didn't like your emote for some reason. Orangutan. Why would it block an emote? Will PSSR play a role in value? For example, the PS5 Pro doesn't get a PSSR upgrade past 4, and the PS6 will get PSSR 5 and beyond. Oh, are you speculating that would be how it would work? There would likely be elements of PSSR that would not land on the Pro. Yes, there's a high probability that yes, you would have a reason to buy the PS6 over the Pro for either better versions of the technology, upgrades to PSSR. Because we know from what Mark Cerny said, there will not be any more upgrades to PSSR this year, but PSSR 3.0 is probably coming next year on the PlayStation Handheld, as well as if the PS6 actually gets out the door. Zubair says, FYI, chiplets means they fabricate small parts of the chips and then build the full thing from the working bits. If they fab the whole thing at once and then defects ruin the whole thing, not just the smaller price. Oh, you're saying if they fab the whole thing at once, then defects ruin the whole thing. So you're saying it's a more efficient way to build? Like, so are they minimizing risk of like what you're saying, like failure would affect the whole thing? Wired Rope says yes, chiplets are better. Tommy says you got to trade him before everybody else does to maximize value, likely before the PS6 is even announced. Okay, speculation on your part. I mean, I think it's a fair speculation. I think it's a fair speculation to say that, yes, it's very likely that the PS6 would have a version of PSSR that you would not be able to get on the PS5 Pro. I think that's completely fair to make that observation or that prediction. You also have to know there's going to be elements of the PS6. There's going to be new things it can do, whether it's new versions of ray tracing or path tracing that you will not be able to get on the PS5 Pro. I mean, there are people still in my comments, at least I would say once a week, they're like, why can't I get this update on my PS5? Like, they don't understand that, like, the Pro has a whole new bespoke technology in it that isn't in the base PS5. I'm trying to think of a good analogy involving food, but I'm struggling. Well, it would be like if you're making this is my understanding by how you explained it, Zubair. It would be like making each part of, like, I don't know, like a quesadilla or something, and then once everything is cooked to perfection, you put it together. If at any step along the way something is cooked improperly, you would just be able to throw that piece out and then keep all the rest of the pieces. Like if you burn the chicken, you're like, that's fine. Throw the burnt chicken out. Everything else is okay. The tortilla, the cheese, the salsa, all of it else is okay. If you put everything together and then you overcook it, it's ruined. You got to throw it out. It's like you burned it. Nobody wants that. What are you going to take it apart and then pull everything apart? Defects are contained to small parts, not the whole thing. Right. For sure, it'll have LOL. The whole point of a new console is to introduce new tech that isn't possible. Right. So the yields are much higher. If you got a Pro, I would just stay on that until you've saved enough money to upgrade to a PS6. So Zubair is saying because they're going chiplets, the defects are contained to small parts, not the whole thing, so costs are much lower. So if they're able to hit significantly lower production costs for the PS6, then it is possible that what both Kepler is saying and Moore's Law is Dead is saying comes true. That, like, they're able to keep this thing at a lower price and they're able to come in under the Pro. I don't know the optics on that. Like, do you, like what Garrett was saying, do you just drop the price of the Pro so that way there's a spectrum of price? Or do you leave the Pro at $900, throw the PS6 into the market, and have people going like, what in the world? Like, I feel like that would be confusing. I can't be the only one that thinks that'd be a little confusing. But if you cook 5 pieces of chicken different, then 1 piece is contaminated. They all touch the plate is bad, isn't it? I mean, that's not the analogy we were making. You stop making the Pro 6 months ahead of time, and you let the stock run out. Right. If they do that, Zubair, then the PlayStation 6 would feel like a price drop. If you suddenly can't find the Pro anywhere and the brand new PS6 comes out and is like the strongest PlayStation and it comes out at $700, people will be like, well, wait a minute. They were just selling Pros at $900. This PS6 is cheaper. Are they dropping the price? I wonder if when they do that, they'd have to lower the price of the base PS5 to give the appearance of like, we're doing price reduction right now. Yo, what's good, Wheezy? When I make pizza for my girls from scratch, I watch them in the oven. Too much effort to risk burning. We have like a literal pizza thing. It's like this big, and it's got like a stone and like a coil. And you put the pizza in there, and you just close it. 5 minutes later, you got a pizza. Hey, Lono, I finally got back to Biome 6 last night. Thanks again. Did you feel like, did you run any Tower of Sisyphus? Did that help? A silicon wafer is like an 8 circle that they cut that 8-inch circle into however many chip squares. The outer edge of the silicon of the wafer tends to have more defects than the center. With chiplets, because they are smaller, they are more capable of being produced and leading to less effective chips. Dope. You having a pizza oven? I might get one. We really like it. Friends of ours had one, which is why we got one. Nothing much. Been playing a bunch of Slay the Spire 2 multiplayer this weekend. Fun times, good laughs. Nice. Madam and I beat King Arthur last night in Sworn. Such a satisfying Hades clone. Very, very good. We were much stronger because of the new thing that we unlocked. We were much stronger going into his one room. We both went into his final room with all of our reses. We got to a second phase. We got him down to about 10% health, and I finally ran out of my last life. But you can still help. You can, like, move around the room as, like, a little sprite and, like, do damage. And so Madam clutched up. We got it. I was like, this is a very fun and rewarding game. You finally beat Returnal. Ace Gamer, nice. Off topic, but I'm going to pick up a 9800X3D today. Super excited. Anyway, hope everyone's having a great day. Yo, what's good, JW? How are you? Have you tried Raven's Watch? I didn't like Raven's Watch. Raven's Watch felt really slow and clunky. Sworn feels amazing. Like, it feels like what you want a game like that to feel like. I did not like Raven's Watch. Zubair says, AMD makes every one of their CPUs using only one chiplet. They make 1 billion of them. Then they sort them by quality, and they make everything from 6-core chips to 128-core chips by stacking chiplets. Got it. A running joke with my gaming friends is I always burn my pizzas. You got to set a timer. What are you, eyeballing it? They won't want an older console sitting on the shelf at a higher price than the new one, says Tommy. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you, Tommy. I'm like, you know what I mean? How's Yote Raid Prep going? I'm not doing Yote Raid Prep. I enjoyed Yote Legends, but I didn't think the boss fights were very fun. I felt like they were spammy and annoying. I thought the missions were excellent. When you go in with 2 people, I had so much fun with it. I probably got an extra 12 to 15 hours out of Yote from Legends. I have no interest in the raid. None. Once I got to the boss fights, I just don't think the game scales to that environment very well. I don't think the devs are very good at it. Like, Sucker Punch is, like, it's so admirable for them to make something like that and to add it in for free. But the 2-player co-op missions with the mechanics are way more fun. The boss fights are not fun at all. They're spammy. They don't feel fun. I didn't even die. I didn't lose or fail or die once in the boss fights. I mean, I might go down and like another player gets you back up. And JW with the 5 bomb, thank you so much, gets us to 32. Try to get 100 on the day, and then I'll owe you a 5 bomb, YouTube. Lono, are you worried about frame gen in the PS6? It was terribly implemented in Black Myth. I think frame gen is perfectly fine technology when utilized properly. I don't fear technology or worry about technology when one dev uses it poorly. I mean, there's plenty of devs that don't optimize well and do weird things with ray tracing, and then there are games that look brilliant and utilize it perfectly well. So I mean, what the guys at Black Myth did with frame gen was just unprecedented. I don't know if we've seen another game do that. Here's our 30 FPS game, and we're going to double the frames with frame gen. No more, otherwise I can't pay for my CPU, says JW. That's completely understandable, JW. Also, this current iteration of frame gen on FSR is genuinely terrible. Listen, I trust Mark Cerny. I don't think Mark Cerny's going to put an iteration of frame gen or PSSR that doesn't do what he needs it to do. Do you remember what he said? And this is where I get confidence in Mark Cerny and what he's willing to do. When he did the interview with Digital Foundry about giving people the toggle for the new PSSR, he literally said we were only going to do it if we could get it faster. If they could get PSSR 3.0 to be, I'm sorry, if they could get PSSR 2.0 to be faster than PSSR 1. And they did. So he has a standard of like, we're not going to do something if it's detrimental and if it's bad. The whole point is to not do that. He wasn't just like, do it and turn the toggle on, right? We'll fix it later. There are plenty of studios and companies that do that. I mean, there's one company that that's like their motto is fix it later. But Mark Cerny doesn't seem to operate that way. He seems to be like, no, we're not going to do that unless we can get the model faster. They got it faster. So the toggle's there. Which is a wonderful breakthrough. It means they don't have to have anybody patch their games if they don't want to. I trust Mark also because look how amazing Horizon looked on the PS4. They are wizards. The stuff they did with Decim is impressive back then. Their audience wants appliance gaming. They want it to just work. Sony respects that, says Zubair. Pillowkin says frame gen must be worse because they hold back the second frame that's already rendered, and then it waits for the generated frame between the first and second frame. Increased latency is only logical. People thought I was crazy when I said I was playing Black Myth, and I was like, it's dropping my inputs constantly. I was like, I don't know what's going on. And it didn't start happening until I got into that fight where there was water. And people thought, you're just blaming the game. And then it came out that was literally what was happening. It was like, no, it's a severe cause of latency and input dropping because you're playing a 30 FPS game. So all those generated frames, interpolated frames, they're not really there, and it causes all kinds of trouble. Knowing Sony had internal revamps for PS5 manufacturing, it hints of it being overly expensive to make compared to the PS6. It makes sense at the end production sooner. I'm being compelled, Cheeks. I'm being compelled that that's their goal, is to get out of the PS5 gen faster and to get into the PS6 gen if it's cheaper to make them. Charles Hawk says, I've been thinking about getting the Platinum for Returnal. I have to go back and do a few surveys. Getting the Platinum's kind of dumb because you got to run Biome, I believe it's Biome 2 backwards. It's arguably kind of stupid. Compelled by Cheeks, I mean, aren't we all? Frame gen will always be worse, but it'll eventually hit a point where there is close enough to native. The first generation's never the best or the smoothest, says Wheezy. As long as the technology improves, which it will, it'll be fine. PSSR can only do so much. Starfield is a gray, muddy mess. Oh, is somebody asking about Starfield? Starfield must be insane on PSSR 2. PSSR 2 isn't going to do much for Starfield. PSSR 2 is an upscaler to give, headroom for other elements to do visual lift. Starfield's still going to look like Starfield, man. Like, you can put Starfield on a really strong PC right now and crank the settings. It's still going to look like Starfield. The main thing driving my decision to purchase the Pro at launch was my belief in Mark Cerny's presentation. It paid off. Yeah, I think there were doubters and skeptics, which I think is fair. I don't expect everybody to just buy everything hook, line, and sinker that these companies say. But, I would say it's paid off, yes. There are certainly, those of us that early adopted that are feeling like we got value increase, and then there are people that didn't when it came out, and, they're probably I would say they're bummed because it's now way more expensive. Starfield looks stellar graphically. It's subjective to the user. I don't think so. I've never thought it looks that great. There are times where you can take really impressive screenshots, but overall, I think it is a very ugly game. I don't think it looks very good at all, but, you know, everybody has different preferences and things like that. I did a test yesterday, Returnal on the Pro versus Returnal on a monster rig. Except for the frame rate, it looked the same to me. Thumbs up. The truth be told, Zubair, Returnal is a game where they can probably get away with that. They didn't go too crazy. You know, that's probably not going to be true in Spider-Man 2. I would imagine Spider-Man 2, you're going to spot more differences, right? A lot of the reflective surfaces and things you can do with the ray tracing. You're probably going to notice it more in a game like Spider-Man 2 than you would Returnal. I mean, I could be wrong. The Pro is impressive, but Returnal is a good game to show, like, hey, with really good use of art style and lighting, you're not going to notice a lot of differences here. It's a very fast-paced game. It just makes it harder to notice, especially with all those the bullet hell on the screen. What are people's thoughts on Sony pushing for developers to target low-power mode, a.k.a. a handheld? I think the push is because handheld replaces PS5 as entry for next gen. It'll have a TV connection. Yeah, that I don't think so. No. I don't think PlayStation's going to view a handheld as the entry into the next gen. I think it's going to be another option for how to engage with their ecosystem. And I also don't think low power mode is going to become like a bottleneck of like, hey, you need to make sure your game runs in low power mode. Like, I don't think they're going to Naughty Dog and they're like, you guys need to really prioritize low power mode. I think low power mode is something that they're going to come in after the fact and do to ensure that it'll run reasonably well on the handheld. If they start making developers develop for the handheld, that'll be an enormous mistake. That's a bottleneck from jump. You don't want to do that. I would have been mad if I bought something that is now more valuable, then I can sell it and make my money back. Huh? If your handheld plays most PS5 games, you have massive library at launch. Why put 20 gig of VRAM into it if it wasn't for the next generation games also, says Paul. Hang on a second. I got like a spot. I got it. It was like a spot on my back. This is like itching. If it was for PS5 gen only, it would be 16 gig. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be the entrance point into the gen. If they are going to try and end the PS5 production and the base PS6 is going to be $699. Oh, I don't think well, gosh, I don't know. They could be, because if they're like, yeah, it's just too expensive to make the PS5s, I was envisioning them ending production of the Pro, not the base PS5. You know? This guy says, I just found out that Crimson Desert's nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Will you finally admit you were wrong and pay me $400 for being wrong? I appreciate the running gag with you. That's very good. You think it'll run scaled down PS6 games, says Paul. I imagine that it will, but I, again, don't know if that's going to be they're not going to view that as an entrance point. Any plans to check out Cyberpunk again with the Pro update? I mean, I suppose I could install it and check it out. I don't have a very strong desire to go back to that game. I really, really enjoyed my time with Phantom Liberty. I've not once felt like a strong desire to go back. So... where is the sell if PS5s are still $599, $650 when the PS6 comes out? Right. That's a fair question, because if they can't get the production of the PS5 down as far as the cost per unit, they're not going to want to lower the price of the PS5, which means it becomes a non-starter. Like, who in the frick's going to be like, well, let me buy a PS5 for $599 or a PS6 for $100 more? That becomes weird. Like, from an optics position, like, what exactly are you marketing? Like, both gens $100 apart? Like, again, if they can scale the production and the calculus works in their favor, yeah, it might become very difficult in a year and a half. You know, if we get into the middle of or the beginning of 2028, it might be hard to get a base PlayStation 5 or Pro that'll be like, no, PS6 is it. I don't know. Assume cost is never coming down for the current gen. They can either make them and sell them at a loss or stop making them. Nobody is paying enough for them to be profitable. You think the PlayStation handheld will run everything, or will it be like a Steam Deck situation where it'll have a list of tested and compatible games? There'll be compatible games and games that they're like, yeah, this might not run well. So right now, a bunch of games are getting updated with the low power mode. Like it happened with Yote. So like Yote now has the label. I don't know. Can you see the label in the storefront, or is it only on your PlayStation? Ghost of Yote PlayStation. If I go to the store, let me see if it's like listed. I don't think they're listing it on the storefront. I think you have to like open the game on your console and like the logo shows up. I think. I don't know if they've got it like the icon just showed up one day for me in the last week or so. My Pro arriving today from Amazon. Nice. You think the PSN will run everything? Yeah, so I think it's going to be like that. I noticed a low power mode on some games. I don't think you're going to be like, oh, if it's not low power, it won't run. It just isn't going to run as well. Like you want to be able to have games in low power mode, basically. Jakob says, funny how we think this will continue. Generations are over. All will play the same games, just some better than others. The day of going from 2 to 3 or even 3 to 4. I'm only half kidding. I think what you're saying is kind of on the mark, though, Jakob. Like, how long will it be before they're making games that only the PlayStation 6 can play? I think it's going to be a lot longer into the gen. They're going to have a vested interest to not just immediately jump. You're going to have like 100-something million people on PS5s. You're not going to want to be like, yeah, leave them behind. Especially considering the power jump, the raw power jump, is not going to be nearly as significant. So you're not going to have this desire to be like, oh, no, yeah, we can't build games for both the PlayStation 6 and the PS5. Yeah, we can't do it. That's not going to be the case. I don't think devs are going to feel that pinch, because the things they're going to be able to leverage on the 6 are going to be more like the PSSR and the ray tracing, not necessarily just a bunch of raw power. Cross-gen's a thing now. With digital download, scalability is easier than if you were selling cartridges. Well, and that's another thing that Moore's Law talked about, like the PlayGo thing, allowing you to play your games like across a variety of platforms, loading in textures or not loading in them if they're not needed and what have you. So like that, he's looking at the handheld for that. Is the handheld basically going to inject more life into the base PS5 for the foreseeable future? Because developers are not going to want to cut off that user base. There's so many PS5 games I'll still be playing 5 years from now, and there's PS4 games I'm still playing on the PS5. PC has a number of users. It has because there aren't hard generations. Also, we get more pixel games now than ever before. Well, an interesting thing, too, about the PC user base is it is huge. And as you're saying, there is no generation. So you have a bunch of people that basically can't buy large swaths of games, every year because their rig's not strong enough. Zubair pointed that one out to me a while ago, and I was like, man, I really wish Returnal would have done better. And he was like, well, you have to understand, a huge portion of the PC audience can't even play that game at good performance. Like, they went and looked at the required specs, and they're like, yeah, I can't. How many people are sitting on a gaming laptop that can run Among Us? They're going to be like, I'm not going to get Returnal. That's not the kind of gaming experience I've paid for. With the current $650 consoles, says Carlos, don't expect the PS6 only games in a long time. Many people just don't want to upgrade. Wretched Horror says, I quit Starfield at character creation when it asked me to add pronouns to my character. I'm amazed that you survived I can't believe you lived to tell the tale. That must have been really hard for you. PC gamers didn't like that Returnal opens up the Epic Games thing. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a thing that I know hurt Returnal initially. It kind of got review bombed in the first couple of hours. People were like, Ghost installs the Epic Games Store. Don't buy this. And it was like, no, it uses Epic Online Services so that you can play co-op. So, you know, I think that initial gut reaction was, I think it hurt it. It did. Weezy says there's a bunch of people that they just literally have hundreds of games that they play on repeat, like Skyrim. Stop it, Hotshot. Hey, let's not pile on Wretched. He seems to have a tender. That's good. Oh, that is good, Zoob. Oh my golly. He's taking it in stride. No. Come on. He's taking it in stride. He's laughing. It's pretty funny. Come on, man. You know, yeah, I couldn't do it, dude. I don't install. Oh, you know what I mean? He's the guy that'll throw his GPS out the window, you know, if the voice is a woman. He's like, I ain't taking directions from a woman. You know, he throws it out the window. At least, he says, at least I know my genitals. Do you, though? I mean, if you have to tell everybody in chat that you do, I don't know. It seems like you're protesting, a bit too much. Another PC strategy reversal. What did I miss? More developed over the weekend, Soldier, on music about, like, the PlayStation Studios sort of, PC being removed from all of the verbiage, and the only studio that had it added but Nixxes also had something else added. Nixxes had something with respect to, like, their expertise in PC porting, but also that they're going to be helping co-develop games for other PlayStation Studios. So, like, what I think is probably going on, right, is Nixxes is shifting into a support studio that will either help. We know they're helping with Soros right now, or they will help with the porting and the parallel development of a live service game. Have you noticed pro PC content gets boosted on Twitter? I don't know what you're talking about. Say anything about liking consoles and Twitter plebs immediately attack you. I hate to be the one to tell you this, Raiden, but anything that you like sucks. I do not like being the one to inform you of this. What's your favorite movie? Sucks. What's your favorite? It sucks. And so do you. Like, that's Twitter, brother. What's your favorite food? Do you love your mother? What's your favorite game? It all sucks, bro, and so do you. Like, that's Twitter, man. I don't think that there's a particular amount of that happening. Like, if you just say you like PlayStation. I know this will seem odd, but I could see this in the future. Sony taking older PlayStation titles and just checking it on PC when sales fall below X point. Oh, you mean like have Nixxes port like really, really old games? Fuzzy says, imagine sucking, kind of gay. Well, at least some of us have to imagine, Fuzzy. You know what I mean? You whore. I'm kidding. Holy cow. Weezy says, who gives a crap about people's opinions on Twitter? Destruction says, since Microsoft is leaving the console space, probably economy based for the future, I wonder will Sony be left holding the financial bag? Huh? So Microsoft's leaving the console space, probably economy based for the future. I wonder if Sony will be left holding the bag. I snorted. Thank you. You're welcome. Listen. I saw a guy put wedding videos on Twitter, got absolutely roasted. He's like, this is the best day of my life. And people are like, shut up, loser. You're an idiot. You're fat. Your beard's bad. And you're like, oh my gosh. What bag are they going to be holding, Zubair? The bag of money? Right, like, I don't know what universe you think, like, Microsoft's ahead of the curve here. Like, oh yeah, dude, we got to get out of the console business. There's no money in it. And Nintendo's like counting their money. They're like, wait, who said that? And PlayStation's like counting their money. Like, consoles are huh? Like, oil? Who said something about oil? You cooking? Like, what do you mean? They're not ahead of the curve. Like, and also, if like that's the future economic reality, then I guess I'd be curious, like, why is the Steam machine being made? Like, what? Why is PlayStation heavily investing in technology for a future handheld and a future console and working with AMD and Project Amethyst? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think Microsoft's leaving the console space because of the economic future. Microsoft's leaving the console space because they suck at it and they failed for 2 generations in a row. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I don't know who you follow on Twitter. I don't know what podcast you're watching. But if people are still contorting themselves like a circus show contortionist act to be like, yeah, dude, Xbox is ahead of the curve, bro. They're thinking down the road, man. That's why they're abandoning console. They're abandoning consoles because they suck at it, like real bad. They're real bad at it, bro. Xbox One, disaster. Series S and the X, they sold a third of what PlayStation sold. It's a joke. It's a joke, bro. Like, just call it what it is. They failed. And they're having to figure out a way to stay in this market in a way that's sensible within their current business structure. As the co-CEO of Netflix said, he's like, I don't even think they figured out how to make Game Pass work for them. This guy, co-CEO of Netflix, meets with Asha Sharma. He comes out of the meeting and he's like, yeah, I don't even think Microsoft has figured out how to make Game Pass work for them. They're still trying to figure that out. What? What did you say? Ford didn't stop selling cars because people don't buy cars. They stopped selling cars because they sucked at making and selling cars. And Nintendo's building amusement parks. Yeah, the latest Nintendo movie, just topping all the charts. You know, just I don't know. Somehow everyone talks about Xbox more than PlayStation. That's an excellent attempt at bait, 187, as I've been streaming for 2 hours and 26 minutes, and this is the first time we've mentioned Xbox because somebody asked me a question on Twitch. It's a good attempt at bait, though. A good attempt to misrepresent what we're doing here. I applaud your efforts. You know, hopefully all those circles you hang out can get some clips for you. The Xbox 360 was the last Microsoft console worth a darn. It's a shame. Xbox had a lot of potential. I think the evolution of Xbox is relevant. I mean, I talked about it in my show open, saying that like PlayStation's also pivoting and shifting their strategy. Like it feels to me like PlayStation just got started with their porting to PC efforts. Just got here? Oh, you did? I'm so shocked that you falsely summarized the stream and you just got here. That's never happened since Friday. You know? It's amazing that you did that, 187. You just walked in the room and acted like that's what we're doing here. I've never had that experience in the 10 years I've live streamed. Somebody walks in the room and as soon as they get here, they falsely summarize the stream. What a remarkable gift you have. Like, I do think it feels like, yeah, strategies are shifting for PlayStation. It feels that way. It's like they just got started. It's like you guys just started porting games 6 years ago, and now you're like, yeah, we're not going to do it anymore. We're done. We're done doing it. You know, Hiroki Totoki, I clipped it. I put it out there. That interview, by the way, with Hiroki Totoki and Bloomberg, that was from February. And he's like, we want PlayStation to be the best place to play in the mind of the user, and we want to be the best place to publish. I think those waters get muddy You know what I mean? When you're taking your titles and like you're trying to show off PSSR 3 with God of War Egypt or something, and then you're shipping God of War Egypt to PC. I think that business focus and that business thrust, it just gets harder to make that clear. Like, this is what you want to do and this is what you're doing if you have your property showing up elsewhere. I think they thought every one of their games was Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War 2018, and then they realized those games are really special. I think that's fair. It's like, oh wow, what was one of the titles that went over did very poorly? Like Sackboy went over, didn't do very well. I don't think Ratchet and Clank did very well. You know what I mean? So they bring those titles over to PC and they're not kicking the door in anymore. And it's like, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't do this. I mean, there was a time where, I was hearing murmurings that like Horizon Zero Dawn was going to Switch. And I was like, I said I could make sense of that a year or so ago. I could see PlayStation 4 games going to Switch too. If that was a consideration, if that was on the table, it might be off the table now. PlayStation might be like, no, we don't want our property in all these other places. It's not helping. The Uncharted collection probably did crap. We're like, I'm not going to play the fourth game in a franchise I've never touched. $187's been around for a while. He's just an Xbox fan, not a bad dude. He has a habit of trying to stoke the fires and trying to bait. I know where he hangs out. You think I don't know? I know where he hangs out. You know what I mean? He's never been disrespectful. He's never been a troublemaker. But it's like, I know what you're doing, bro. Coming in trying to bait. Well, it's amazing people talk about Xbox. They talk about Xbox more than anything else. And it's like, somebody asked me a question about it. My first Uncharted was Uncharted 4. Same. That was my first as well. Hang out here. Yeah, you hang out here. It's not the only place you hang out. Only way I see Sony porting to Nintendo is if the cost is subsidized. In general, the only reason I saw them doing it was with PlayStation 4 versions of games. So, like, the PlayStation 4 version of Horizon Zero Dawn, like the old version. Spider-Man 1, right? These would be games I could see going over to the Switch. And again, you're trying to coax people to your hardware. You're like, hey, that first Horizon's pretty dope, right? That God of War 2018, that Ghost of Tsushima, those are pretty dope, right? You send the PS4 versions over there with the hope that maybe people say, hey, you know what? These games are pretty cool. I might want to go get a PlayStation. I would think, given the current thrust and change with things, that it doesn't seem like PlayStation, cares to do that now. I keep seeing my Atari decanter box back there, and because it's red, like the light hits it, and I'm like, I didn't put the red light on today. It keeps tripping me out. I like to hang out with dudes to chat about video games in the industry. Guilty. What, you got 2 accounts? What are you doing? I think you might entice PC players over. You are not enticing Switch players over. Very different audience. Well, here's the thing, Zubair. It's not that you're not going to entice the Switch owners over. It's that the Switch owners that would be enticed to buy a PlayStation probably already have both. They probably already have both. I mean, there's a lot of cross-buy and people that own both a Switch and a PlayStation. So you're targeting the people that haven't done that, and I think you're right. The people that haven't done that are like, I'm not. What do you mean? I play Animal Crossing. I play Pokopia on the train. I don't need a PlayStation. Don't panic, but Red Dead 2 moves slightly. What are you talking about? What do you mean move slightly? What do you mean? They definitely need to stop worrying about enticing other markets just to strengthen their own. Well, they're not going to do that with respect to China, Hidden Siryu. There's another section of that Hiroki Totoki interview. And Totoki's all about, like, he talked about the challenge with China is the scale that you need to compete there is absurd. It's absurd. Like, let's say you're trying to get into the Chinese market with a tablet or a phone or something. The number of devices you'd have to make and the price point that you'd have to come in at. I'm here to tell you, he was basically like, it's a very challenging market to break into for that reason. I think it's one of the reasons why the China Hero project, they're totally happy to ship both on PC and PlayStation with those publishing efforts, because they're like, if we suddenly had demand in China for PlayStations, we wouldn't be able to meet that demand. We wouldn't be able to produce them fast enough and at a price that would be good for us and it would work for the consumer. The production levels needed for that market is crazy. I never thought about that. Like, as he was talking about it, I was like, this homie just made it clear why the China Hero project is publishing on PC. It isn't just because that's the primary market there and they want to make money. It's because they wouldn't be able, like, if they suddenly had demand for a product as an exclusive from a Chinese studio and they had the Chinese market that were like, hey, you know what? Let's start buying PlayStations. They wouldn't be able to scale fast enough. And then you'd have a bunch of angry consumers. So I think what they're trying to do there is a gradual, like, hey, let's get some Chinese consumers. Let's get them to buy our console. Let's get them kind of accustomed to us in this space with the China Hero project. The China market's also extremely entrenched. They are. It's probably mostly for that reason, but I also never considered the fact that PlayStation's like, we're not in a position to suddenly scale and produce to the degree that would be needed in that market. He particularly talked about the challenge of that market in that lane. It's like, it is not easy. It's not easy to scale. It's why a lot of companies just they can't break in there. If you can break in and get your scale and get your thing sold, I mean, you're gonna be king of the castle. It's such a dense market. Where, like, some of us can afford to buy a second or third platform. A lot of the Chinese market can afford one entrance point, and they'll not buy more than that. Produce PC monitors and a controller for PC, but backing out of PC, very strange. They didn't make a controller for PC. It's just packaging update. Like, it's not a controller for PC. And again, the PC monitor thing, I again think that could have something to do with the Chinese market. And they're not backing out of PC. I just don't think they're going to put their content over there anymore if it's not a live service game. I also don't think it's that dichotomous. PlayStation still wants to look good in the PC landscape with the China Hero project, with controller packaging that says, hey, this DualSense will work on your PC, PC monitors, speakers, all of that. Like, they're not vacating PC. It's not that sharp of a switch. It's not dichotomous. It's like, no, they're still going to have a significant foot in that marketplace, especially with the China Hero project. They changed their mind based on the results they were getting. That's what a business is supposed to do, says Zubair. The PC stuff is for multiplayer games. I also think it's for China Hero. You want to be able to go into a retail store in the Asian market and have controllers that are like, oh, I can use it on my PC. Like, because there's a huge market for that. They make the markup, and the money they make on controllers is probably pretty good. And if you can get a slice of the PC audience to be like, oh, I like to play with controller, I've heard good things about that DualSense, and then they buy a DualSense, you know, that's the number of people that run their PlayStations on a monitor has to have grown enough that they felt like it was a good idea to release a monitor. If you go into an internet cafe in China, it's like a super Walmart where you make billions just having your game accessible in a cafe, for sure. That's why a couple of the China Hero Project games are live service games, because if they can even get the slightest bit of movement with their game in the Chinese market with live service, they'll make so much money. I think there's at least 2 or 3 games in the China Hero Project that are multiplayer, that are live service. And, you know, they don't all have to hit. They don't all have to be successful. You just need one. AOZ says the monitor is for Japan. I would imagine the one controller box is for that as well. At least the one we saw, it looked like it was made for, I didn't recognize the writing because I don't speak the language. It could have been Japanese, Chinese. It could have been, I don't think it was Korean. I think I can recognize Korean. Think about it. How many here run a monitor for their PlayStation? I bet a few. Oh yeah, we probably have a pretty good amount of people here that do that. That are running their consoles through a monitor. For sure. Yeah. Why is it 1440? I still don't understand that. Probably because they're not targeting people that want 4K, I would imagine. I don't know. Most Japanese people do not own a TV or have space for a large one. Yeah, and I mean, how many games are they probably happily getting people to run their consoles at 1440, 60? 1440 is best optimized resolution for high FPS. I use my console on my 4K OLED monitor. I play on a monitor. Me, Lockness is saying he does. I run a monitor, says Trill. I'm on a 4K monitor, says Crimson Red. I play my PS5 on a monitor, says NG the Atheist. Okay. Well, you're playing video games on a monitor, and it's just such a great experience, isn't it? Checkmate, atheists. Okay, I'm misunderstanding. It's just a monitor for PC, not for the console. It's just PlayStation branding on it. Yeah, they have a monitor. They have speakers. Lieutenant Sokol, thank you so much for using your Prime over here on Purple. I appreciate that. Taking the count on the day to 33. That's very kind of you to do. Welcome on in. They released a lot of PC peripherals, like the PC controller. Right, but again, if you're in a market where you know there's lots of PC gamers buying controllers, do you get more of them sold by having packaging like that? I don't know. Unless these are initiatives that are potential holdovers from the PC strategy. And what are you going to do? Not sell them? I mean, the production lines were spun up and they were shipped and they were priced. I mean, I don't know. In 2 years, maybe they're not doing it as much. Maybe it's just the controllers and not the monitor and not the speakers. I don't know. I think it's holdovers, says Wheezy. You can use the monitor and the speaker with the PlayStation. I've been tempted to get the speakers for my office. There are times where I just want to sit here and like listen to music or like listen to videos and not have to put headphones on. You know what I mean? I've definitely been there. Then the speakers looked kind of cool. I don't have any room on my desk for them. My desk is very cluttered, but every PlayStation controller is usable on PC. You know that, and I know that, but when you're selling something in a store, you know what I mean? Sometimes you want that to be very, very clear on the packaging. Lieutenant Sokol says, first time subscribed, wonderful channel. I mostly watch on YouTube, but I wanted to express my gratitude for the great content. Keep up the great work, and thank you for the great YouTube community, for the gifted subs over there, and of course, you've gotten gifted subs the last couple of months. Well, I'm glad we've been able to take care of you over there. And thank you for taking care of me over here with your Prime sub. That's very kind of you. This is all pretty normal, says Street Shadow. Sony have a partnership with Apple where they sell DualSense controllers in the Apple stores. I can't conceptualize gaming at a desk. I've always been a couch gamer. I went from the couch to a desk, back to the couch, and now mostly couch with some desk gaming. I don't like desk gaming either. I don't like mouse and keyboard. I mean, it's better for certain games. Like I got pretty good at Fortnite mouse and keyboard, and I had like a Logitech G502 and all the buttons and all that, I got all the binds and I could build very quickly, but my daughter is playing ranked Fortnite and I'm like, you are crazy, girl. She got to like rank gold or something. She's so happy and she's losing like every game, but she's getting like top 5. And so her little rank is just moving. I'm like, girl, I can't believe you're playing some ranked Fortnite. I was like, it's going to get really hard. You're going to be losing a lot. The older I get, the more I game from the couch. PlayStation accessories work with third-party platforms, which is smart. The fighting stick is going to work on the PC as well. I use a monitor and a couch, with the couch in the lead to be closer to the family. I use monitor and couch. Oh, you do both is what you're saying. I have a recliner and a small table for my monitor. Best of both worlds. Weezy says, this is the first console generation on PC that I don't use an Xbox controller. Yeah, I used a Cronus on a Cronus Max or whatever the heck it was called. I used that when I played through like God of War and Spider-Man on my PS4 Pro, because I just could not stand the PlayStation controller. The PlayStation 4 controller was terrible. Yo, Lieutenant Sokol over here gifting a sub on purple and bumps the line to 34. Thank you so much. Guys, that is how I do this full time. So those of you that support me with a membership, I greatly appreciate it. If it is something that you can do, it's $5 a month, and it goes a long way. And you get into our members only Discord. We're trying to hit a goal of 600 paying members. And if you want to support us with that, you can do that right now. If you can't, hit the like button, hit subscribe. Subscribing is totally free on YouTube. So consider doing that. Try to get us to 400 likes on YouTube. I hate the PS4 controller with a passion. Genuine dog crap. PS5 controller is amazing. Yeah, the PS4 controller was just, I don't know, there was something awkward and uncomfortable about it. It did not feel very ergonomic. I used to game from the floor in front of the TV. I remember those days. Sitting on the floor, looking up, hurting your neck. Do you think we will have Hall effect with a new DualSense in the PS6? Probably not. So here's the challenge with Hall effect joysticks. The joystick manufacturer that like supplies joysticks to Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony, it's like the same one. So that's why they all get stick drift. You would need somebody to get to the place where they can make the Hall effect joysticks and scale up production so they could meet the demands and the order from a company the size of Sony, Nintendo, or Microsoft. I don't know if that's going to happen for a couple of reasons. Number one, all those pipelines are humming right now, and they make probably pretty decent margins on the controllers. So, Hall effect parts are becoming more and more common. We may be at scale. Maybe. There has to be a business impetus and like a profit impetus for these companies to decide to do it. And I don't know if Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft are going to feel that way. I heard the Dreamcast had Hall effect. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I want to fact check that. That seems like such a long time ago. I thought Hall effect was fairly new. Jack over there on Twitch says it did. Are you serious? All that time ago? You would also need Hall effects to have higher fail rate than they do for them to make sense. Maybe. Yes, it did. I think it was the first one. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. What Creature's saying could be playing a role as well. They're like, hey, we don't mind having a decent fail rate on accessories because every couple of years, pretty large groups of people are feeling the need to buy, a new controller. Dreamcast was way ahead of its time. It was and it wasn't. Everything got pirated into oblivion. So, it was ahead of its time, but also wasn't ahead of its time. Weezy says, yeah, they 100% won some fail rate in accessories. Yeah. Why did Dreamcast fail again? Piracy. I mean, they didn't have to buy any games. My buddy had one. I went to his house. He was like, you put this disc in, then you eject it out, then you put this disc in, and every game was there. I was like, this is crazy. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, huh? State of Decay 3 studio head Philip Holt recently confirmed the 2020 reveal trailer ahead of the Xbox Series XS launch was basically fake. I'm glad more and more people are picking up on that. I recorded a video on Friday about that. I'm not sure if I don't know if we're running that today. I wasn't thinking, like, running it yesterday would have been terrible because it was a holiday. I was glad we didn't run it because, like, I was out all day, and then I checked and I was like, oh wait, we probably shouldn't have run that today. So I recorded something on Friday about that whole situation. There's so much about that State of Decay game that just it makes no sense to me at all. It makes no sense. They trotted out a freaking trailer and the game didn't even exist yet. They had another company make it. I was like, huh? Oh, man. That's the Xbox way. They're like, we're doing a showcase. Make us a trailer. They're like, we're not even working on the game yet. And they're like, we don't care. In order for that to be true, the Dreamcast would have had to have sold well, and it didn't. The Saturn killed the Dreamcast, in my opinion. I'm not sure what you're saying isn't true because the Dreamcast didn't sell well. I went to South Carolina Friday and got back this morning. Had no idea you made anything. Oh, for frick's sake. I will run it sometime then, chat. We were ahead of the curve on that one. Other people are now running with the story. I was like, is nobody listening to this video? And the guy that ran the interview, I was like, is nobody listening to this? Like, listen to what these guys are saying. It's like, yeah, we announced the game 6 years ago, and we haven't even really started working on it. And we didn't even make that first trailer. The game didn't even exist. He says Dreamcast had like zero third-party support. If you remember or don't, EA Sports refused to release Madden and FIFA on the Dreamcast because of contract disputes. Oh. No EA Sports back then with no Madden and FIFA was a big deal. Oh, yeah. That was a huge portion of your audience. Did the Dreamcast increase in value yet? I don't know. Maybe. You'd have to be able to find one. You know? You'd have to be able to find one. The Dreamcast was a great idea. It had a cool controller. I mean, I liked it. Any game I played on it, it was pretty cool. It was a cool system. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It didn't last for very long. Piracy hurt it big time. Buy us one? What do you mean buy you one? I don't even know where I would buy it. Where would I buy it? Yeah, I don't know. You gotta find somebody. And it probably isn't cheap if you find somebody who has one that still works. I only played Sonic Adventure and the Power Stone games. Power Stone is amazing. I can't even remember what I was playing at my friend's house. I think it was like some tennis game and something else. The Sega Dreamcast controller famously used magnetic Hall effect sensors for its analog joystick. Huh. You know what's funny too is I remember the joysticks feeling really good. I don't know if it's because they were Hall effect or if it was just because of how they were designed, but I remember being like, these joysticks are kind of nice. Like, they just felt good. The controller was a little bulky, but you quickly got over that. It felt ergonomic and comfortable, even though it felt strange at first. Dreamcast was a great system. I still have one that works. Want to feel old? We would rent from Blockbuster and copy the games. I bet you did. Oh, yeah, Ready to Rumble. I worked at a Hollywood Video, and we had a Dreamcast up at the front, and you could play Ready to Rumble. And people would come in all the time, and, like, if they were, like, a teenager or something, like, their parents would walk around the store and look for movies while they would sit up here at the front and play Ready to Rumble. The third-party support they did have was good enough. Soul Calibur, Resident Evil, Code Veronica, Power Stone, Ready to Rumble. I'm sure there's more. Code Veronica was great on the Dreamcast. Power Stone walked so that Smash could run. Piracy and missing EA Sports in the turn of the century was the death sentence. Yeah. I wish the DualSense Edge was cheaper. I can't justify $200 for a controller. Especially when the Portal is $200. It's like, you can buy a Portal for $200 or a DualSense Edge. Like the DualSense Edge, it has nice under paddles. They've got them set to where you can do like the short ones, so you're not like accidentally bumping them. They're really, really comfortable. Number one, I've never been able to utilize under paddles successfully. I always bump them and make mistakes, and my muscle memory's all wrong. I can't do it. But also, it just seems too expensive. It's like $200. It's a nice controller. It's heavier than the DualSense, which I don't like when, a controller feels measurably and noticeably heavier. I don't think that's enjoyable, but yeah, $200 is a bit steep, especially again because you're like, well, I can buy a dadgum. I can buy a dadgum a Portal for that much. Let's see here. Oh, that's right. Starfield's tomorrow. Starfield's tomorrow on PlayStation. Good. So I'm looking at people like just talking about seeing Crimson Desert Performance Mode. They're continuing to do patches. Anytime I've tried it, I'm just like, just looks bad in that town. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this. Are you playing Starfield tomorrow? No. I don't. Bethesda fans care on PlayStation, right? The Bethesda fans care. They're going to buy it. It's going to sell well. I'm sorry. The general public doesn't care. Like, I just don't think anybody cares anymore. It's like, yeah, okay. It's Starfield. We know what it is, they've made good adjustments and improvements, but like, I don't have any desire to buy that game again and to get 2 hours in and be like, yep, it's still incredibly boring. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't call to me. It doesn't speak to me at any level. It's just it's one of the most boring games I've ever touched. I don't know. I've played so many games this gen that I just feel like are memorable and exciting and fun. I mean, everything from Astrobot to Yote and Death Stranding 2 to Returnal to Saros is around the corner, and I'm just like, that game is just boring, man. I don't know. No shade to the people that like it. No shade. I feel like it's one of the most boring games I've ever touched. It oozes boredom. Like when I'm in the game, I just immediately feel like I don't want to do anything. It's hard to put into words. I don't know. I think what it is it's like there's just an undercurrent of old, and I'm like, yeah, I can tell. It would be like watching an action flick where a guy that's kind of past his prime insists on doing all the fighting scenes and all the choreography, and all the fights would just be so slow and boring because you're like, homie, you're 65, you can't do this anymore. You could just tell. You'd be able to tell watching it. You'd be like, he's just too old to do this. There's just something underneath the surface of Starfield that just feels old and dated. And I'm like, I immediately feel bored. I feel like I'm playing a game from 15 years ago. I think people that love Bethesda, they just kind of love that element of Bethesda games, and they can go in and they can have a good time. And I feel like I'm playing a game from like last gen. So it's just, I immediately feel bored. I immediately feel like I'm playing something old. Like if I go back and play games I even have nostalgia for. Like when GoldenEye, like the new remastered version or whatever, dropped on Xbox. I played it for like 20 minutes, and I was like, that was a great trip down memory lane. I'm not going to play through this entire game again. I'm not going to. It's boring. I'm bored. Saros has no astronaut helmet. You're right. Huh. Yeah, you're right. Interesting. I think it's because wherever they are was like a formerly once like civilized, like populated planet, like Carcosia. I'm reading the Yellow King, by the way. I don't know how much of that they mean to be having congruence with Saros. I don't know. I quoted a section of the Yellow King on Twitter, and like the creative director of Housemarque liked the tweet. I don't know if he was liking it just because these, people are excited for Saros, or was it because I'm on to something? I don't know. April is stacked, replaced, Stagmata, Saros. It's crazy. It's just crazy, T-Tube. The main story in Starfield's horrible, the whole Starborn thing. Now, the faction quests were okay, but if you side with Crimson, it ruins combat on all the other planets. Yeah, Replace is almost here. It is. I guess I don't have that problem, Lono. I go back and play my childhood games all the time. I can't do it. There's something... Okay, so something happens to me when I watch... I love The Twilight Zone and Alfred Hitchcock Presents. I watch them with my life and I adore them. I think that like Rod Serling and Alfred Hitchcock are probably the two most prolific and influential creators ever to live, and they influenced all of the technology, all of the TV, and all of the shows that you watch today were influenced by those two gentlemen, okay? But if I watch old shows from my childhood, I immediately feel a sense of like melancholy and like tired. Andy Griffith, Gomer Pyle, I don't want to watch them. I don't. I do not want to watch them. They make me feel weird. I don't know what it is. I don't enjoy them. I'm not like, yeah, dude, put on some Gilligan's Island. Nope. My kids are telling me about it. They go and they help this older woman once a week, and she's got like a DVD player, and they'll put on old shows and stuff. And I'm like, I have no desire to watch any of that stuff. I don't know what it is. I don't know what triggers in my brain, but I'm like, this is boring and I don't like this. And that happens with games. Now, some games it's different. Like if they did like a remake of Super Metroid, or we're hearing about this remake of the Ocarina of Time, I'm like, I would play those if you bring them into the modern era. If you handed me right now a fully functional port of Ocarina of Time on a PC, I wouldn't play it. I'd be like, I don't want to play this. It does something to me. It has an impact on me. It's like the opposite of nostalgia. It's like, I don't know. It's the opposite. It's like when you reminisce and you look at old pictures, but then you just end up feeling sad. I don't know why. It's hard for me to explain. I literally don't enjoy it. I don't know what it is. It happens to me with old TV shows, and it happens to me with old video games. I'm like, oh, that was cool. Yeah, that took me back. And then I'm done 20 minutes later. I'm like, I don't want to do anything more with this. I don't play through some of the old games again because I'd hate the way that they control and feel. It isn't a you thing, Lono. Yeah, some of it's that too, Wheezy. Is like, you're like, this isn't as good as I remember. This feels like crap. It's because we compartmentalize things we love. Yeah, it's like it's in this pristine, amazing, respected place in my mind, and then I'm like, oh man, I don't want to experience this right now. This doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel as good as I remember. I don't like this, what have you. I think people are just frustrated with Bethesda, which is fair. That's the thing with Starfield, is like, I don't feel like Starfield creates like a nostalgic sort of melancholy. I just feel like I'm playing a game from 15 years ago, and I'm like, this is boring. I'm not being insulting. I'm just telling you my experience. I'm like, I am bored. I feel like I'm playing a game from the last gen, and I just don't have any interest in that. Except Chrono Trigger. I played through that every few years. Still a banger. Lono, playing PlayStation 1 games on the Portal streaming helps with that feeling of old game is old that I get playing on the console directly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that would save it. You know what's interesting too? This gets even more interesting. If I could play Starfield co-op, I would probably play it with Madam, and we would probably have a good time. It's like if I can go into a game like that with another person, especially with her, it completely changes the experience. Like, I'll say this about Power World. I would never play Power World by myself, ever. It doesn't feel great. It's clunky. The combat's kind of mediocre. You know, performance and graphics are fine. I would never play Power World by myself. I have 40 hours in Power World because I play with my wife and we have fun with it. It's like there are certain games that like they fall below that threshold of like expectation for me, whether it's the graphics, the art direction, how good the gameplay feels. It's like I would never frickin' touch this game, but if I could play it co-op with Madam, oh no, yeah, I'd play this. That's how you feel about Marathon. I once spent 3 hours building a ship in Starfield after creating a moon base and creating all the necessary resources needed. It's not for everyone, but it's definitely for me. Oh, I get why people like it. I get why people like it, but it doesn't speak to any part of me. It just doesn't. And the crazy thing is like I watch the trailers and I'm like, I should love this game. Can you relay my last 3 to 4 messages? True SSJ says, Lono, yesterday is the 1 year anniversary of my mother's death. I have to thank you and everyone here for personally giving me support and entertaining me the past year. Yesterday was Easter and the anniversary, also late brother's birthday. I went to them last year. This last year was a complete dumpster fire in my mind, but with my older brother, cousin, girlfriend, and friends, I'm finally back to where I need to be. It's been tough, but I promised my late mom and brother that I'll change. Thank you for that part on keeping me sane. Well, I tell you what, she's still around, ain't she? Ain't she, brother? She's still here. You know? Just in a different way. Like, if you're still living good on that promise, you know what I mean? And I think she'd be proud of you. You know? I think she'd be proud of you. So, good on you, dude. It's a long road sometimes, you know? It's been a long road for me and things I've tried to improve and change. So, keep going, man. I'll say the update's perceived improvements to exploration and space combat impressed me enough to get the deluxe edition. I hope that you guys have fun with it. I do. You know, I hope you guys have fun with it. I don't know. I can't do it. It doesn't speak to me in the least bit. It would be like, you know, a lot of work and time goes into a documentary about, you know, how to make paint. It wouldn't speak to even a single part of my brain. I'd be like, I am bored, you know? Just imagine how good Starfield would be if it was multiplayer like Star Citizen. I don't even need it to be multiplayer like Star Citizen. I just need it to be co-op. Like, she can just be a companion. And we can just run around and get stuff and shoot and loot. You know what I mean? If you guys haven't done so already, can you guys do me a quick favor and hit the like button? Try to get us to 400 likes. I appreciate it so much. And subscribing is totally free on YouTube. So consider doing that. If you subscribe on YouTube, it'll ensure that you'll see my content in the future. And we appreciate you guys so much for doing that. Space travel up to this point is a fast travel simulator. Free lanes was badly needed. I don't think free lanes would change my opinion, to be honest with you. Rare Killer with 55 months. Let me bump the line. And then another one from Milk Dud. Rare Killer with a 55-month resub on a Member Plus. Hope everyone's having a great day and had a happy Easter weekend. Let's go Artemis 2. And then thank you for 30 months, Milk Dud. That's a lot of months, boys. We're at 36. If you guys want to end the week on pace, we want to end the day at 100. So check your resubs, check your primes, do all of the things. If you can't do a membership, you can help us get that like count to 400. Bethesda, says Mr. Grimm, don't make RPGs. They make open-world action adventure games with a level progression system. The only RPG thing about Bethesda games is the character creation, and even then it's inconsequential. You don't think like all of the leveling and all of the conversations and all of that, you don't think that you don't think that makes it like an RPG in your book? Going to try this on the 8th. Yeah, Morbid Metal is dropping. Let me make this full screen. This looks like a pretty significant update. I played the demo, and like, it was fine. There was something about it I didn't like, though. I'd be interested to see if it feels better. So Morbid Metal is going to launch on Steam. 3 playable characters, first bosses, 10 enemy types, 3 biomes. Thank you so much, Rare Killer, for gifting a member and bumping the line to 37. I appreciate that very much. Mid-run modifiers, advanced meta progression, unlocked protocols. Yeah, I mean, this looks like something that I would enjoy. I remember playing the demo, and there was something about it that didn't feel good. It didn't feel tight. I can't remember what it was. Jack says, I can still watch Dallas. I find it easier to watch old movies and TV shows than play old video games. I actually agree with that. It is easier for me to watch old TV shows like Hitchcock and Twilight Zone and stuff like that. I can't just pick up an old video game. Like, even if I don't have a nostalgic attachment to it, I just can't play those old games. Huh? Hang on, I'm reading something here. Okay. Cool. Sorry. I do need to take a quick break, though. Avowed's good. Some people really liked Avowed. I didn't like Avowed, like, at all, but some people did. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Guys, hit that like button. We're super close to 400 likes. I'm back. Rye says, what's the best type of game to play while working from home between calls? Something that doesn't require a lot of attention? I mean, probably something that like almost maybe like turn-based. Something like Slay the Spire 2. I don't know what you're playing on, though. Are you playing on PC or console? Because you can't play Slay the Spire 2 on console. Escape from Tarkov. It's terrible advice. Yeah, but something like that. I would think something turn-based. Satisfactory or Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think the difficulty would be, how can I do this? Okay. I think the difficulty would be needing to pay attention. Like, you'd need something to like, okay, I can walk away from this and not pay attention. So it's like, again, something like a Slay the Spire, Balatro, Racoin, that coin pusher game. Something without a story. Yeah, something without a story, because you don't want to miss any major moments. I mean, anything that can be paused, like a single player game, could be good, because, as long as you can just pause it. That's really it. That's really all you need. Old school RuneScape is the ultimate AFK game. Yo, Twisted Juice with 7 months in a Prime. Thank you so much. Bumping the line to 38. I appreciate it. Let me get that one up there for you. Yeah, honestly, any single-player game with a pause. I mean, you just don't want it to be so engrossing that you feel like you're... I don't know. You don't want it to be so engrossing that you're getting interrupted and missing moments and flow or something, like some poignant moment in a story happens and you're like, hang on, I gotta pause it. You couldn't get into RuneScape, your friends are obsessed. Yeah. I had to take a call during a boss fight in Elden Ring. I wasn't happy. Especially if you just made a mistake or you just got hurt in the fight. You answer the phone, you're like, what? They're like, oh, sorry. Like, what do you want? Like, I was just calling. I was just returning your call, grandson. Diablo 2. Yeah, I did that when I worked at AT&T. When I worked at AT&T, man, I installed Diablo 2 on an external hard drive, and I brought that in, and I would plug it into the computer and run Diablo off that hard drive. Oh, man. That was a great way to pass the time. Elden Ring would be the worst. Yeah. Yeah, because especially in a game like that, you kind of get into that flow state, and you're like, I've almost got the boss, and to suddenly have to stop. People are always like, take a break. In a fight like that, if you're having a hard time, I was like, that actually I feel like that always sets me back. There are some of those fights, though, where you come back the next day, and you're like, yeah, I'm ready to go now. And you take him to the cleaner, My kid just threw something down the stairs. It's like, what is happening? Okay. I want to be like the front desk lady at the airports that look busy, but they're playing Tetris. I want to be like the desk lady at the airports. Oh, yeah. Have Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2. Excuse me. Excellent games, not enough time to play any. I was thinking it'd be pretty awesome if they made, imagine taking a Diablo 4 and a Hades and kind of smashing it together to where it wasn't pure rogue, but it also wasn't pure like loot-based ARPG. I don't know. Maybe even throw in some Survivor, like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, Vampire Survivors elements. I think if you took those 3 categories and brought them together, you could make a really special game. You'd have dungeons, a story, a world, bosses. Excuse me. There'd be a sense of progression, but it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like purely a Hades or purely a Survivor or purely a dungeon crawler like ARPG. It would kind of be a bit of both. I don't know. I feel like combining those game types could be pretty good at some level. What time is it? Okay. I'm building up a computer with old parts, but I've got to use that as a test bed for the Steam OS for me. Yeah, when are we going to hear about this Steam machine? Have they even hinted at when we'll get an announcement, when we'll get some kind of an update? I'm like, man, is it even, because they updated that one drop pay landing page to basically say like, no, the Steam machine is coming. It's still coming this year. It's still coming in 2026. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, is it still coming this year? Because I don't know. With the prices and everything, it wouldn't shock me in the least if some of these things get bumped. If they're trying to hold off on certain elements of production, I just don't know. Side note, for future reference, when it comes to supporting the channel, what's your preference? I'd rather avoid going through Twitch since they take a big cut. I don't have a preference. I mean, my preference is obviously any support. Like, it doesn't matter to me. It's like if you would prefer to do tips through the tip command, super chats, memberships, like any of that helps. Like, do what's most convenient for you. You don't need to be like, well, tell me where to go and what's best for you, Lona. It's like, no, remove as much friction for yourself. Don't worry about me. You know, if it's easier for you to use your Twitch Prime, then use your Twitch Prime. If it's easier for you to do a monthly super chat, I mean, it truly doesn't matter. I don't sit here and like slide the abacus around to be like, well, the absolute best is to do this. Yeah, that doesn't really come into my purview. Which one takes the least amount? The tip command takes the least amount for me. That's like directly to me. So tip command takes the least amount. Memberships and super chats are like a 70-30, and then YouTube's like, I'm sorry, Twitch. I don't know if Twitch is still 60-40. I don't know if it's still 60-40. I have to maintain a certain sub threshold over there to maintain 60-40, and I've not paid attention to it because we just had a rough time last year, and the more I fixated on it, the more discouraged I got, so I just kind of stopped looking at it. So, yet YouTube is 70-30, Twitch is like the tip thing. The tip command works in both chats. You just type ! Tip, and then it should pop up a link that you can click on. So, yeah. Steam's trying to get a leg up on Helix. Yeah, I mean, the Steam machine could significantly, change things and, make people think differently about gaming in the living room. I mean, I, for one, have been wanting some type of a solution for PC gaming in the living room. Whether it's Slay the Spire 2 or when I was playing Racoin, that coin pusher game. There's a variety of things that I would enjoy using some type of a PC, in the living room for. And whether it's the Helix or the Steam machine, I'll probably lean towards the Helix because it's going to end up being a stronger device, but at least initially, Steam machine will be like perfect for what I do. I also think if you send a tip through the tip command, I think you can also send a message. Like it's not just like some static thing where you're like, here's $5. Like you can actually send a message and then I'll get a little email that I can open, and then I can read that message. So let me, if anybody ever does that, I guess I can let them know. I'm letting you know right now. Like you got to kind of tell me, hey, because I don't necessarily have my phone off silent. So you got to kind of notify me. I started playing Recoin. It's going to be a problem. I'm telling you, the reason it's so addicting, Zubair, is the physics. Like, you start to feel like you can actually, like, strategize and plan, like, where you're putting coins and then the modifiers and everything else. You literally feel like, oh, no, yeah, I can totally manipulate this. I need to see a lot of Souls likes at Summer Game Fest. You need to see a lot of Summer... Listen, man, I don't think there's going to be a slowdown of Souls games anytime soon, like, at all. I don't think there's going to be a slowdown anytime soon. Just wait until the paychecks start coming in. Today's my first day of training. Hey, man, you take care of yourself first. You know, get through that training, get yourself right. You know, you get yourself whole before you worry about taking care of me. Behemoth with a gift that gets us to 39. If you guys have never been here before, gifting members or signing up for memberships helps us with a weekly goal. And when that goal hits 500, we do an extra stream Saturday night with my wife where she reacts to gaming news. And sometimes you can even hit stretch and make her play something. We're drowning in Souls-like. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any shortage of Souls-likes. Yeah, Beast of Reincarnation and Phantom Blade Zero are coming this year, and they're pretty close together. So, yeah. Expect that to be... I would expect both of those to have a presence at Summer Game Fest. Yeah, Mortal Shell 2 looks pretty good. Fizzant's Tactical Espionage. We don't know much about Fizzant. I mean, right now, you know, the next one from Kojima, he hasn't said much himself about it. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't know why I typed anxiety instead of excitement. That's coming up in therapy. Every time the bottom arm slides forward, there's a little bit of anticipation and anxiety. The bottom arm. I was really enjoying it. I think it's a solid game. Yeah, No Rest for the Wicked. That's top down though, so I don't know if that's necessarily what he means. I'm hoping for No Rest for the Wicked's 1.0 to lead to a good console release, and I could play that with Madam, especially if there's difficulty settings. Did you try the Ascent? Madam and I tried the Ascent, and she just didn't like it. She doesn't really vibe with twin stick shooters. So is PS6 confirmed or rumor? It's the strongest confirmed rumor, if we can use that as kind of an oxymoron. Both Kepler, who is a reliable hardware leaker, as well as Moore's Law is Dead, another reliable leaker, they have both indicated pretty strong evidence that the PS6 is in fact real, the PlayStation Handheld is in fact real. The big thing for me that I think is kind of encouraging is that PlayStation's trying to get the cost down. They want to make them cheaper. Not cheaper for the consumer, like it should lower our costs as well, but they want to literally make them, as in produce them for a cheaper amount of money. I was educated today on how they're going to do that with a chiplet approach, which can lower fail rate and make them more economical. What's good, Twisted Juice? And Kepler seems to think they're going to be able to make them, the PlayStation 6, for $760 per unit, $760 per unit, which he believes they could subsidize and sell to us at $700. Cheers for the info. Would the release, though, is the question. That's the question. Moore's Law seems to think they're still trying to hit late next year. Part of the reason they might actually try to do that is because if they can produce PlayStation 6s for cheaper than the Pro and the PS5, then they'll do it, because that's a huge problem right now. Production cost of hardware is going up. The war is causing all kinds of instability, as well as causing issues with shipping costs and everything else. So, yeah. The Onimusha game also on my radar. So many games. Yeah, Onimusha looks good. Yeah. It's a full year. There's a lot going on in gaming. There's a lot. So I would expect Summer Game Fest to be pretty jam-packed full of big announcements. I'll be shocked if the PS6 is cheaper than a Pro. The reason that I wouldn't be shocked is because the launch velocity that you need for a new gen, you can't do what they just did. I mean, they've saturated the market so much already with the PlayStation 5, and the PlayStation 5 Pro was never meant to be like the main offer. So the PS5 Pro is on pace now. Like, I think it's caught up with the PS4 Pro, and so they're probably fine if that slows down. They were anticipating it not doing as well as the PS4 Pro, but I don't think they're going to have that same attitude with the launch of a new console. Like, you can't launch a new console and be like, oh yeah, it's $1,000. Like, because the Pro is $900. You can't launch a new console more than that. I just don't think so. The velocity would be terrible. It would set the gen up to be so unsuccessful. I just don't think so. I really don't. I feel like that would really set them back. We've talked about this a handful of times. We talked about it last year when PlayStation said, you know, they had shored up stock in America. They didn't want to raise the price. This year they said they had enough RAM to get through the holidays. They were doing what they could to shore up and lower costs so that they could continue making them and not pass on price increases to the consumer. Well, the reason that they're doing that is they make more money off of you being on the console as opposed to you buying the console, if that makes sense. They're not like, oh man, we can't wait to make another $150 per person when they buy the console. No. They would rather sell more consoles and, you know, maybe break even per console. And then they make money when you buy something. They make money when you spend money on microtransactions. Like, it's in their best interest. They have a vested interest into market saturation, which is healthier when your price point's competitive. You're not going to have good market saturation when your price point's not competitive. People are going to be like, that's too expensive. I don't want that. Especially considering we know they're trying to break into the Chinese market, and you're not going to break into the Chinese market with $1,000 console. That doesn't stand to reason. Or do they stop production of the Pro and they make the PS6 $899? I just don't know. I mean, I don't think that would be a good idea either. If they're going to do that, I would wait for as long as they possibly can to see if they can't lower production costs of the PlayStation 6. That's just so expensive. You don't want the launch of a new gen to be $900 if you're trying to break into the Chinese market. They're trying to get a better foothold in Japan as well. They don't have as strong of a presence in Japan. They do better in Europe and America. So again, I don't think they would want to do that. It would be contrary to their strategy. Their strategy is market saturation. Their strategy is getting as many people in the console ecosystem as possible. So then every game that you purchase and every microtransaction you buy, they're getting a percentage. Yo, Emperor Mac, thank you so much for using your Prime over there. He says, yay. I'm getting a little front page treatment over there because we're running a channel skin on Twitch. So now's a great time to go a little bonkers over there, boys. Thank you so much for all the generosity. If you guys are watching over there, I do a daily talk show like this Monday through Friday. I am also safe for work. I've been on the platform for over 10 years. I was off for 4 of those years. We were welcome back last year. So we were now approaching our 1-year anniversary of being on back on Twitch. So thank you everybody who made that possible and continues to support us over there with viewership. Clicking the follow button helps as well over there. Clicking subscribe and like on YouTube helps. Thank you everybody who's done that today. Are people hoping that Sony overcharge? I feel like people are bringing this up wishing it happens. I do think there's an interesting thing going on in the conversation, Hidden Siryu. And it's almost like they're trying to will bad decisions into existence because it's like they don't like PlayStation. I think there are people who were hoping that PlayStation would go day and date on PC. Remember all the people that said it was coming? They said day and date's coming. They're going third party. I don't think they were saying that because they genuinely thought it or because they thought, oh, that's where the industry's going. I think they were quite literally wishing it into existence. Like they wanted them to do it because they know that it's bad. They know that it's disappointing. There's a little bit of like vengeful spirit there. Like, well, we want to see your brand do the same thing. But I also think they wanted them to do it because they wanted PlayStation to make decisions that would fundamentally damage the brand and damage the product. I think there are people doing the same thing now with the price. They're like, oh, no, yeah, next PlayStation is going to be $1,000. Nobody's going to buy it. It's going to be a disaster. I think they want that. I don't think they're fans of gaming. I don't. I think they like to see things go poorly and launch poorly. They cheer against games. They want games to do poorly. You know, it's why when I warned people about Crimson Desert pre-orders or I look at the Marathon Steam charts, that's what people think I'm doing because there's so many people doing that. There are so many people cheering for the destruction. They want games to do poorly. They want them to flop and fail. They want the platforms to flop and fail because they don't care about gaming. To them, the destruction is entertainment. The failure is entertainment. That's where they get their entertainment from. Day and date was never coming without a launcher, says Rope. Then Steam like 6 months later. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Yeah, I think there are people in the content creator space, podcasting space, and YouTube space. I think that like that's where their entertainment comes from. They take entertainment from, and their audience takes entertainment from things going poorly. So when I check the Marathon Steam charts and I'm like, this looks bad, y'all. Like, I don't know what y'all see, but this looks bad. You know, it's pertinent to the discussion of PlayStation's future, is it not? One of my things I said in my show open today is that I think they're going to start to spend less money on live service games going forward. I don't think they're going to abandon their live service efforts. I don't think so. But this is the trajectory of Marathon since launch. It only just now you could argue from here, Tuesday, to here, Sunday, you could argue it's somewhat flattened out, but generally right here, look, Tuesday to Sunday, it somewhat flattens out. After Sunday, it drops. You see? Look, Tuesday here to Sunday. Tuesday here to Sunday is a pretty flat line, you see? And then boom, it drops. And then pretty much like clockwork, Tuesday to Sunday is a pretty flat line. Tuesday to Sunday, flat line. And then boom, it drops. So here we are again. Tuesday to Sunday, it's a pretty flat line. So we will watch it over the course of the next couple of days, and I bet it goes down again. It's going to dip below. Like, it dipped below 75,000. Like, if you look over here, these gray numbers, 75,000 line, the 50,000 line, and the 25,000 line, it's set to fall below the 25,000 line. Like, it's getting down to, what was the lowest it got like last night? 10,621. Like off-peak hours on Steam, it's barely holding on to 10,000 players. Now, I'll point that out and be like, this doesn't look good. This looks discouraging. This looks like it could be bad. This looks like it could be like the player base is bottoming out. And people will say that, you know, you're hating or you're cheering or you're hoping that the game dies. I'm like, I'm not doing that at all. There are people doing that though, and that's where that comes from. There are people who are still believing that PlayStation will continue to port their games to PC after all we heard. I mean, I get what they're saying when they look at the Nixxes profile. Like, I get it. But I don't think the Nixxes profile is that compelling because Nixxes is a gifted porting company. They're not going to take that off of Nixxes' profile. You bought one of the best PC porting companies out there. You're not going to yank that from their profile. They're a valuable asset to PlayStation's portfolio. You're not going to take that off their profile because you're backing away from putting your tentpole titles on PC. There are still PC ports that could happen. There's still collaborative efforts that Nixxes could help with for PC ports. I just had an idea, says Sparky. What if they made a low-spec PS6, but instead of calling it a PS6 Lite or something, they just called it a normal PS6 and the PS6 Pro releases alongside of it? That would be so backwards. You're suggesting that they do a Series S strategy that arguably was an absolute albatross for Xbox this gen? I don't think that's a good idea at all. No. You have to create a new baseline, and that new baseline is a bump up from where we are now with the Pro and the PS5 base. You know? Tayson66 says, I am one of those people who want Marathon to fail, but I'm just a bad person. I mean, I don't think you're a bad person, but I don't necessarily think that you should be cheering. Like, I don't want Horizon Hunters Gathering to succeed. I think it's a waste of time and resources. I think it's fundamentally a waste for Guerrilla's talents to be spent on it. I think it's a total waste. So I'm kind of hoping that Horizon Hunters Gathering flops. I don't want it to flop so that like the studio is in a bad situation or the people that like the game are upset. I want it to flop because I don't want them to spend any more time on it. I think it's a stupid idea. I think it is a terrible idea. Wired Rope says the Series S is the handheld. Yeah, I think that's possibly what Moore's Law was hinting at, is that like the handheld's going to be sort of viewed as like the weaker entrance point. I'm just curious where they're going to be able to set that price point. If it's the weaker entrance point, but it's also close to the same price. Kino Mansky says internally at Gorilla Lono, the devs agree with you. How could you possibly know that? Where did you hear that? Bungie's burned a lot of bridges with gamers. People genuinely hate them as a company, so I'm not surprised. Zubair says, I'm not childish enough to wish bad things on video games. I just wish bad things to happen to people that I dislike, like a man. Creature says, Lono, when your top 10 Marathon creators are all Destiny creators, what happens when Destiny farts? Does Marathon choke on it? I don't even know if there's going to be enough oxygen in the lungs of Marathon to choke or cough. The trajectory is just so damning. It's so damning. Luke Stevens heard that? Oh, he heard from sources. Does he has sources at Gorilla that basically said that they don't want to make it or they hope it fails? I mean, if you look at Horizon Hunters Gathering, it's a game made for executives. It looks like Fortnite, and the reason it looks like Fortnite is that's the best way to woo an executive. You want money? Build a multiplayer game. You want funding? Make your multiplayer game look like Fortnite. Seriously. When there was that, Obsidian did that documentary, they literally said that one of the reasons they originally were going to put multiplayer in Avowed is if you mentioned the word multiplayer, it was easier to get funding. It was a thing going around. It was in the water. It was in the water. If you mention multiplayer, you're more likely to get funding. Well, I think that was everywhere, and I think that's why so many games look like Fortnite. Games look like Fortnite, and the reason they look like Fortnite is because that's how they wooed executives. That's how they wooed the C-suite. They're like, yeah, I know what that game's trying to do. That game is trying to be Fortnite. It doesn't have to communicate anything to the investor, to the shareholder, to the publisher. It doesn't have to communicate anything. It literally just has to look like Fortnite. And people will say, hey, yeah, I know Fortnite. My kids play Fortnite. Fortnite made a bunch of money. Makes perfectly good sense. And it would make sense that people at Gorilla would be like, we don't want to build a game that looks like this. You know what I mean? But a fat chick with one leg isn't what gamers want. The weird thing is that if she was a guy with a big beard, nobody would have said anything. Remember back in the day when so many games that had no business having a multiplayer mode had it tacked on? BioShock 2 comes to mind. There was an odd time there where, like multiplayer got shoved into games like Uncharted and The Last of Us, and I mean the people ended up really liking those. It was a weird time where you kind of felt like almost like every game was just sort of saying, hey, put a bird on it, hey, put multiplayer in it. That did seem to be a trend for a while, and I understand. I understand why somebody might say, hey, just put multiplayer in it. People like multiplayer. Like back then, you know what? I think they were doing it back then. They were doing the same thing they're doing now. Like back then, they were sort of chasing, Call of Duty, right? They were chasing Call of Duty. They were sort of chasing that feeling of like, well, Call of Duty, thank you, Chrono, for raiding me over there on purple. Call of Duty did that. Campaign and a multiplayer mode. So everybody's like, well, Call of Duty did it. We should do it too, right? Well, Now everybody's doing it because, well, that's what Fortnite did. Fortnite looked like that. Fortnite had that art style. Fortnite had the ongoing vibe. So let's do that too. Back when they tacked on multiplayer modes, at least it could be interesting. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood had a fun mode. Mass Effect tried. I want multiplayer but not live service. I mean, that's a good distinction. There is a big difference between like, hey, we've got a multiplayer mode you can play with your buddies, and here's live service. It lasts, we're hoping to last for forever. I 100% understand why somebody would say that they're interested in one but not the other. There's a big difference between being able to just play a game with some other people and have some fun and a game being live service. GoldenEye did it. Yeah, true. This is true. GoldenEye did it. I mean, I don't think GoldenEye was the first, but, you know, GoldenEye was certainly one of the earliest games to be like, we have a campaign, but we also have multiplayer. Call of Duty's approach to Warzone and annual releases still makes no sense at all, though. They need to decouple their single player from the multiplayer. Well, from your perspective, they might need to do that, but from their perspective, they probably don't want to do that because you have this massive amount of people playing Warzone. And if you can incentivize and motivate a percentage of those people to buy your annual release because it's somehow tied to unlocks or special items or things inside of Warzone, well then, hey, that's a lot of money, isn't it? That's a lot of money. I don't understand why PlayStation Studios can just do a game with single player mode and an online mode like Space Marine 2 and maybe extend it. Well, there's a couple of reasons. So you have to build the entire game with multiplayer in mind. So like as an example, when you play through Ghost of Yotei or Ghost of Tsushima and then you go play Legends with another person, that's a completely separate environment. It's very, very contained. They've got spawn rates for enemies and mechanics. That's not the entirety of the game. So if they were to build the entirety of Ghost of Yotei around the idea that you can play with another person, it changes the fundamentals of all of the development. I want you to think about some of the most pivotal moments in Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei are the duels, the boss fights. Those would feel, flow, and play entirely differently if you had two people in the room. Like, think about how the duels play out and how the boss fights play out inside of Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei. You can't just be like, oh yeah, there's two people in there now. You know, and they did it for Returnal, but even in Returnal, it's really imperfect in how it works. You're sharing all of the items and all of the upgrades. Beyond that, you're not just sharing all the items and all the upgrades. You're unable to like suspend the run and come back together. I mean, I was doing it. That's how that's how my wife and I beat Returnal together. We basically just accepted the fact that she was going to rejoin me the next night and not have any of her stuff. So we stopped giving her, parasites and things like that she would lose the next day because it was pointless. We would give them to me. And then every time she would come back in, her proficiency would be exactly matching of mine. And then we would just quickly try to find a weapon for her. So Returnal did it, but Returnal did it in a really inelegant way. Like, it works, but you can tell that the entirety of Returnal was not built around two people playing it. It works just fine. It's serviceable, but it's very inelegant. And you can't play Tower of Sisyphus together, which I think would honestly be the most fun, but I get it. You don't need to make a single-player co-op, but make extra multiplayer mode with co-op that could become a live service in the long run if it's popular. And again, the dilemma there would be that you're asking a lot of these single-player studios to do something that they're not cut out to do. They're not equipped to do. I think a game like Destiny can survive without being full live service, like a twice-a-year release with a 15 to 20-hour campaign and a raid. In my opinion, Destiny 2 players wanted story content and gear. I think the difficulty with what you're suggesting, Soldier, is that player behavior is almost in disagreement with you because of the way that people play Destiny. They would live in the public space. They would live in the strike playlist, and they would just kind of play and play and play and play and play. The dilemma is, would there have been a thriving community to buy those campaigns and raids, twice a year if you didn't have this full funnel of people constantly engaged? Like, imagine taking a significant break from a game like Destiny, and then you come back because, there's a new story and a new raid. Well, I mean, how likely are you going to be to do that? I don't know. I don't think that you would. The farther you drift from the game, the longer you spend time away from the game, I feel like you would probably be less likely to buy that. They always want more, but when those releases hit, they always come back in droves. Yes and no. I mean, I guess the question you'd probably have to crunch and run, Soldier, is how many people bought those DLCs and seasons that were actively playing? How many people bought those DLCs and seasons that had taken long breaks? I don't know. I think conventional wisdom would tell me the vast majority of the people who bought those DLCs had been playing recently, and that bought, content and microtransactions they had been playing recently. You got to imagine, if that's how you treated Destiny, I feel like you would just get depreciating returns every single time. Because your first DLC would do okay, but then your next would sell even less, and your next would sell even less, and less and less and less and less. Because you're actively conditioning players to go away. It's you're really, really playing a battle of spinning your tires. Like, you have to actively have people living in and playing and perpetually playing a game, and then you drop content and then they play some more. Like, I just don't know if you could have a thriving, ongoing game if you're constantly giving people a reason to go away. If you're constantly letting people go away. There's probably a percentage drop off of like likelihood of purchase, like every single time somebody takes a break. I bought Witch Queen and I didn't play it until a year later. And so they got your money, but I think I think in general that's the difficulty of all live service games. The difficulty of all live service games is that you're trying to keep people in a funnel that's constantly leaking. And if you don't keep people in that funnel, you're going to significantly diminish how many people buy your next DLC. This is why, I don't see how Marathon can make it. I remember when we first talked about it, I was like, it's too niche. It's too small. People kept citing Tarkov and people kept citing Hunt Showdown, right? Here's what's really interesting. A friend of mine invited a buddy of his to church yesterday and introduced us. And he was like, this is my friend, and he does this really interesting thing. He's got a really interesting job. He does YouTube and he covers gaming. And this guy's like, oh. He's like, I wonder if you know about this game. And I'm like, what game is that? He's like, do you know about Escape from Tarkov? I was like, yep. I was like, it's a pretty hardcore game. It's been around for a while. I know they've slowly kind of built up a user base. I said, I know recently people aren't quite as happy with it as they were in the past, but it's been around for a long time. He's like, yeah. He's like, I still play it. I still have a good time with my friends. And I mentioned Bungie's efforts with Marathon, and he looked at me like I had just started talking about a different industry. He looked at me like I was speaking another language. He's like, what game? What are you talking about? And I was like, Bungie's Marathon. They dropped Marathon. It's an extraction shooter. And he was like, oh no, yeah, Marathon. He's like, I remember Marathon back when it was like a Doom game and it had like aliens and stuff. He had no idea that game had launched. I'm like, this game is so out of the frame for people that even a guy that plays Tarkov hadn't heard that they had come out with this game. He had just played with his buddies. Like, he just had his little group that played Tarkov. And I'm like, you talk about not having the attention of the public. This is John Q. Public, who also happens to play Tarkov. And he was like, I didn't know that they did that. He had no idea that they had launched it. And I'm like, well, that's kind of crazy. That even it kind of blew my mind. I was like, how have you not heard of this? You're playing Tarkov. I wish I didn't know Marathon had launched. I wish that I didn't care that it had launched. To be fair, says Zubair, the Tarkov player is the last guy whose attention you need to get. He's good. Well, sure. I wasn't even saying that, like, it's interesting that he doesn't care or he's not interested or any of that. It was that he hadn't even heard that they had done it. Like, that was interesting to me. Like, they had so significantly not landed in front of the public. And, like, I don't know. I just thought that was bizarre to me. Here, Easter Monday is a holiday. Is that the case in America as well? If so, 17,000 players is even worse. I don't know if today's considered a holiday. Like, if people get a long weekend, I don't know. I've not worked in a traditional job in so long, I forget when and how days get off. You and Madam should play I Am Jesus Christ. We will not be playing that game, no. That's not on the table for a stretch goal. We had people ask last week if we would play that, and I was like, no, I will not be paying for installing or playing that. Fuzzy says half day Friday, and no, I'm at work right now. Okay, sounds like people didn't get today off, so yeah. So, I mean, in the realm of live service, when people are like, oh, well, Destiny could just do DLCs once or twice a year, or somebody's like, oh, you could just tack on a multiplayer mode to a single-player game, and then you could potentially, get those people to support your game and to do, some live service long-term. Again, I think the difficulty is it's really, really challenging to get a live service game off the ground. It's like trying to get a plane in the air. You have to have so much speed and momentum and lift, and I think that's extremely hard to do. You're trying to get everybody's attention. Not only are you trying to get everybody's attention, you're trying to keep their attention. There's so many facets that make getting a game like that off the ground incredibly difficult. Yo, Siege Master with a 5-bomb gets us to 45. We are a little behind pace on the week, but that's getting us awfully close. I owe YouTube a member. We're 5 away from the next milestone. Thank you so much for doing that, Siege Master. See if anybody's going to steal the milestone of 50. Every 25, I gift a member back. So, Purple, you guys could certainly steal it right now. I 100% am playing. Oh, it's not a meme game. It follows the Bible. Other than some bad voice acting, it was pretty decent. Yeah, I'm not going to play the game. I'm not going to install the game and play the game. Meme or not, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm not doing that with my content or my money. UK, it's a holiday. We get 2 weeks at Easter for the schools and a long weekend. Are you for real? Man, we're doing it wrong over here. We're doing it wrong over here in the States. We don't get anything. I mean, like a half day on Friday, that's it. Jesus Simulator was an interesting one. Watch it for past played on Twitch. Really? Yeah, I don't have any interest in buying or playing any of those games. It's just not something I'm going to do. Canada 2, they got a 4-day weekend. Well, where are y'all at? You know what I mean? So you probably aren't interested in Jesus Survivors then, are you? Does it have co-op? No, I'm just kidding. No. No, I do not. And 55 months from Colin, and that's a VIP. Thank you so much for bumping the line to 46. Renewals count. Primes count. Hilly says Good Friday is a full day holiday plus the Monday. Nice. My commanding officer did give us a half day on Friday. Well, that's nice. No co-op, but I think Jesus Survivor has parries. Yeah, you guys are trying. You're like, we'll get him. We'll get him to compromise. We'll get him to play. Oh, my gosh. For Good Friday, is that what it's called? Yeah, Good Friday. With the DLCs, they just need to be almost perfect with story and gear. Any misstep could really hurt the next release, which is where Bungie faltered. Again, I think the problem is just diminished return, Soldier. The amount of time they have to spend working on that kind of content, how quickly we would burn through it. I just don't know. You'd burn through it so fast. And then the next time they do it, they'd have even less people, buying. I think that is that perpetual stress. This is why I'm kind of curious. I know that people want the money, but I just don't know if they're prepared for the demand. Like what it takes to do a live service game. I don't think a lot of the companies get what it really will take. The Jesus Simulator was removed from PSN. The responses were interesting. Some said it's good because it's blasphemy. Others said it's because PlayStation is anti-Christian. I don't know anything about that. Check out Jotun Slayer. It's like Grind Survivors. You might like it. I will probably be checking out Jotun Slayer when they drop the update. There's an update coming. Is it the Hercules update? They're adding co-op. So I needed time off after being overworked for 7 years, so I paid someone to run over my foot, and I took a year off and did the neat life. That's a crazy way to approach life right there. I need you to run over my foot. You know what I mean, there are other ways to get time off your feet. You know what I mean? Some places in the States get Monday, but most do just Friday. Right. Sony just wiped more shovelware. Yeah, I saw a lot of games get wiped, and the publisher of the Jesus Sim was a shovelware publisher. Yeah, I saw somebody tweet about that. They said that PlayStation had once again gone through and wiped a bunch of stuff off of the storefront. It got really, really bad. Yeah, it got really, really bad that they were having to take control of the storefront. I mean, it was everywhere. I saw a guy do a video on it. I mean, it was absurd how many games were hitting that were either like blatant shovelware crap or just straight up ripoffs. Like after games like Schedule 1 and Repo exploded, you just had these just horrible cheap knockoffs. Off-topic question, Lono. What product do you use in your hair to make it stay looking good? I just use there's an Old Spice pomade that I like. I only use it because it's like the cheapest version now. Like I was using like really expensive stuff from where I get my hair cut, and it just didn't seem worth it. I bought some Old Spice because I needed some. I like ran out, and I bought some Old Spice, and it's called their No Crunch Cream, Low Hold, Low Shine. It's the green one. It's this one here. It's this one here. No Crunch Cream, Low Hold, No Shine. I just put that in my hair when I get out of the shower, and then like an hour later, I run my hands through my hair. Because like my hair, it's still like soft. Like it's not like like in the 90s when like I was in high school and guys would do this, they would just douse their hair with hairspray, and it was like you could poke your hand on their hair. It was so hard. You stayed inside a lot, huh? They forgot the white marathon. Oh, stop. PS5 UI update out in the beta. A UI update? I've not seen anything about a UI update. I know they were rolling out an update that would let you edit the widgets or something for a period, like you could move things around in a different way, and then they added more like wallpapers or something. It wasn't like the most amazing thing ever, but it was cool. And then the PSSR update rolled out as well. So Speaking of hairstyles, have you watched the new Scrub season? It's pretty good so far. No, that show never got my attention. Yeah, I know there are people that like swear by it. There's certain comedy styles that just don't hit me, and that's one of them. Anytime I saw clips and stuff, I was like, I don't think this is funny, like, at all. Like, it was, just never grabbed me as a show. They've moved PS Plus Store, ETC, to the top via left and right bumper. It's not The Office, but it's dumb funny. There's an interesting thing that has happened to me with comedy in general. I don't really like or seek out comedy anymore. Like, I don't know. Like, I went through an area of time where, like, I loved The Office, I loved Parks and Rec, I liked Modern Family and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. And then, like, I hit a point where I'm like, I don't really crave comedy. Like, I'll enjoy somebody's stand-up, and clips and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know what it was that, like, I just hit a certain point where I'm like, if I'm in the mood to watch something, like with my wife, like a show or something, it's not a comedy. We either want to watch like an action flick or like something old, like a Hitchcock movie or something. Like, I don't know. Comedy just doesn't call to me anymore like it used to. I don't know. I get that. I've enjoyed more dramatic shows like Severance than I have comedies. Yeah, we love Severance. We really did. We had a good time with it. Yeah. It could just be, I'm older and I don't know. And just your palate changes, your taste changes. There's all kind of elements to entertainment that you kind of go through. Sometimes you go through like phases where you do or don't want to watch certain types of things based off of, I don't know, just stages of life that you're in. Like, I'm just not like in the hee-hee-ha-ha mood right now, And a lot of comedy is just like slapstick anyway. Comedy isn't what it used to be. It's been dumbed down. Yeah. Mike Birbiglia has ruined stand-up for me. I expect so much more from stand-up. I love the long format storytelling. That's because it's dumb, not because you're older. That's possible. Noted, Lono and the wife don't like to laugh. Well, I didn't say that. Everyone needs a good laugh every now and then. I get what he's saying. When I load up Apple TV, I'm usually in the horror section. My wife and I like a good whodunit, like a good mystery. We like, the old stuff like Hitchcock. We like, newer stuff like Daredevil and, action movies. She likes Tom Cruise. Comedy used to be smart and quick. Now it's just too stupid. The punchlines are explained. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even feel like I don't feel a judgmental spirit about it. I'm not like, yeah, comedy's not what it used to be, bro. I'm just like, I don't feel a desire to watch comedy. There was a time where I was really pestering my wife to watch Modern Family because I think we would both really enjoy it. Like, we both really enjoyed Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and she just wasn't all about it. We'd be playing Starfield tomorrow? No. Just got here. What's going on? We're just talking, chatting, killing time. We got about 30 minutes left in the show, roughly. Just chilling. I found myself liking the Knives Out Comedy Mysteries. We liked the first and third one. We did not like the second one. I thought the second one was awful, but we liked the first and second one. Seth Rogen said that the comedians are not able to do the movies they want because of cancel culture. I mean, I feel like there was a season of that, and now I feel like that's kind of like a scapegoat, Do you mind giving me a recap on what you said about the topic? We walked through PlayStation seemingly really walking back some of their strategy changes just 6 years ago, with the PC stuff. They seemingly are walking back the strategy on PC. Hiroki Totoki did an interview 2 months ago with Bloomberg. It was in February, where he said that, their goal is for PlayStation to be the best place to play in the mind of the user. Also, he wants it to be the best place to publish. And I think that there's a lot to be said for they're wanting to walk into the PS6 gen with a huge focus on PSSR 3.0, and they want that focus on PSSR 3 to be undiluted, and it would be a little diluted if like your exclusives in other games and stuff were like landing in, especially because the living room is about to have branded PCs in it. I just think the calculus changed for them. Putting games on PC had a particular goal in mind. I think they were seeing diminished results from going to PC, and I think because they were getting diminished results from going to PC, they were sort of analyzing, should we keep doing this? Project Helix and the Steam Machine, I think, changed the calculus of the decision. It was like, we kind of don't want to share this space with those platforms being able to play our games. So, yeah. I also think it's really, really hard to be like, well, this is the best place to play. If you're like, well, not exactly. You can wait and play the games over here, and you can turn stuff up and make it look prettier. Have you checked out Shrinking? I like it a lot. I don't know what that is. Is that a show? I'm away. My shepherd's pie is ready. See you tomorrow. See you, Damien. I watched so much Curb Your Enthusiasm, Always Sunny in Philly, and Trailer Park Boys. I could probably rewatch Curb Your Enthusiasm and laugh my butt off, because like I think Larry David is at some level, pretty genius in what he does. Oh, Shrinking is on Apple. I like weird, not necessarily paranormal stuff. I like weird stuff, like the new X-Files. I'm hoping that they pull it off, because we loved X-Files when we watched it. My wife had never seen it. I grew up watching it. We really liked that. We love Twilight Zone, the original with Rod Serling. We love Hitchcock and his movies and his shows. There's the Alfred Hitchcock Presents show, which is like their 20-minute shows. Then after that, 7 seasons of that, they did so well. They did the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, so they could have more time. That's excellent to watch in that order, because then you really start to sense greater care and intention taken with the storytelling. It is really, really cool to see that level up. You guys would like Hulu's Paradise? I've never heard of that. So, yeah. Strings made by the Ted Lasso people. Okay. Writing Seinfeld and Curb made him a certified genius for sure. Yeah. Do you like Black Mirror? I've had a lot of people tell me to watch that. Yeah. We've had a lot of people tell us to watch that. Yeah. I think Sony doesn't want the next Xbox to have access to PlayStation games. I think it's a combination of... I actually think they're more concerned about the Steam Machine than the Helix, but I think either way it's the same side of the same coin. They don't like the idea of a branded PC playing their games. I think there's a significant difference. I think there's a significant difference between a game being compared performance-wise on like a nameless PC. So you've got these channels like Linus Tech Tips and others that'll do PC comparisons, right? You've got these guys running, the side-by-sides. Did you ever watch Twin Peaks? No. And I've been told I would like it. You got these guys running these side-by-side comparisons, but it's just some nameless, brandless PC. It's nothing. It's not like when you see that guy do that presentation, you're like, I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to buy that PC that he was using. You can't do that. But if you see a side-by-side of Wolverine running on a Helix, running on a Steam Machine, you're like, oh, I can go buy that thing at the store right now. It's basically like a walking commercial. So right now, when you see side-by-side comparisons, every single one of those side-by-side comparisons is a commercial for the PlayStation 5 or the PlayStation 5 Pro, and it's not a commercial for really anything. It's like there's no brand, there's no company you can go to like buy that PC that they're using. Do you see? Nameless PCs on a desk, not the couch. That also, I think, changed the calculus. It's like, not only are they going to have a branded box, it's coming to the living room. That's our domain. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I think they were seeing diminished results from putting their games on PC. I don't think it was working anymore. And then all of a sudden you've got branded boxes coming to the living room, Steam Machine and Project Helix. And I think PlayStation said, yeah, we're out. We're not doing this. We're not putting our games over there. That's another company's device. It's stupid to put exclusives on PC. I think on one hand you're right. I think on another hand it made really, really good sense because it was like the porting costs were so cheap. It was so cheap that it just made sense to them. Like Shuhei Yoshida's like, it's like printing money. It's so inexpensive to do. And if the net result is extra money and potentially customers that buy PlayStation because they experience your game on PC, it's not a bad strategy at all. I think the strategy saw diminished returns, and they said, "We're out. We're out. We're not doing this anymore." Yo, what's good, Banshee? Hope everyone had a good Easter weekend. Was out of town this weekend. Did I miss anything good? Nothing major. No. It was fine until they tried to take the living room. I don't even know if that's the primary cause, Hidden Siriu. I think it was the linchpin. It was like, I think internally, PlayStation was probably already measuring the efficacy of bringing their games to PC. They were probably already looking at it and saying, we actually don't think that this is going that well. Does that make sense? I think at some level, there was already internal weights and measures being looked at to say, man, is this really working for us? Like, are we actually seeing what we want to see from this? And I think that's because the sales were clearly not as strong as they were when they first started doing it. Exclusive sell console, nothing else. Yes, they do, but they also don't. Exclusives do more than sell consoles. Exclusives keep you feeling as if the value is perpetual. I think that's where people really miss the mark when they start talking about like attachment rates, and they're like, people don't buy the consoles for exclusives. They're like, look at the sales. I'm like, okay, but you need to look at the sales for Ragnarok, Forbidden West, Returnal, Ratchet, Spider-Man 2, Astrobot. You need to look at the total sales of Yote and Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is now coming to PC, but at launch it was the only place you could play it. You need to look at those sales and ask, is it all the same people? Or is there a percentage of people who bought Horizon Forbidden West that didn't buy Ragnarok, and then a percentage who bought both of those games that didn't buy, Ratchet or Returnal or any of those games? Like, across all those games, there's tons of different users who purchase them. It's not all the same. That's another mistake I think people make in the math, where they're like, oh yeah, look at the attach rates. But the other thing to consider is it's not just about the attach rates. It's about feeling like, oh, I bought this product and it continues to get value added to it. Wolf Saint says, last message. If you weren't a content creator, would you still get a PlayStation handheld when it comes out? It's hard for me to answer that because it depends on my life. Like, if I wasn't traveling and I wasn't in situations where I was gaming on the go, I would probably skip it. If I had a job where, like, I had an hour-long break in the lunchroom and there was no reason to not just be plugged in with headphones on. Because some places where you take a lunch break, like, everybody's kind of in there, everybody's kind of talking, and you don't want to be that weirdo that's like antisocial. Maybe you do want to be the weirdo who's antisocial in the corner. I always struggle with that in work environments. When I worked at AT&T, you would take your lunch break and largely you would be by yourself. So I would take a hard drive in and have shows loaded on the hard drive, and I would watch an episode of a show for my lunch break. Like, I worked my way through the entire series of 24 that way. What killed Xbox was having first-party games day one on Game Pass along with releasing exclusives on PC. I think there was a cascade of mistakes made, Frank, that led to all the issues that they were having. I don't necessarily think it was just those things. I think there was a bunch of things that they did that brought about their weak standing with hardware, their weak standing with, demand, and those were all, I think, connected. Low lunch break, buddy. Some places I didn't have a lunch break, buddy. No. Some places there was like a group of us that would be at lunch at the same time, and we would all just kind of chat. Like when I worked at Charter Communications, that was the case. I actually started taking lunch like at my desk at Charter because I wanted to be left alone sometimes. I didn't want to deal with like talking to people. It was like I just spent this entire shift talking to people on the phone. I want to sit for an hour and not say a word. Yeah, I know. It's hard to believe me not wanting to talk, but I don't like being alone, so I would at least have lunch with someone. No, yeah, I get that. It's interesting. I'm a bit of a walking contradiction. I do really like social interaction. I do this, and I find it energizing. Like a lot of people would find this to be draining to just sit and talk nonstop for how long have I been sitting here? Over 4 hours. That is going to be a common issue. Oh, we have drops on for this channel skin that we're running. So yeah, I am very much a social, but I really, really like not having to talk to anybody. I really, really like not having to say anything. I like my very quiet mornings when like the house is no one's really up yet. You know what I mean? I really like that. Like I sort of enjoy both swings of the pendulum. I find people exhausting. I need quiet recharge time. I don't really need quiet recharge time. I just like it. I like to not be interrupted. I like to be able to do things and not have, someone asking me questions or saying things or, So it's like I do. I intentionally, sort of have that time in the morning where like I'm up and the whole house is quiet and it's just me. That is, I don't know. There's something enjoyable about that. It might have something to do with being, dad, husband, provider, where you're sort of like, you're up, before everybody else, kind of like viewing the day as, something that is there to be grabbed hold of. You would use your breaks to smoke cigs. We had plenty of people that did that. I love getting up early and drinking coffee when it's quiet, it's peaceful. It's a nice start to the day. It's a nice start to the day. It is. You love your own company? Yeah. Yeah, if you're comfortable with just being, doing nothing and, being in a quiet area, being in a quiet environment, that is, it's nice. Street Shadow says, Xbox dying wasn't a single moment. It was a collection of consecutive missteps. Late PS3 success, Xbox into Xbox One, then Matric, the Always Online, the Series X launch. I think he meant to put Series X launch lib. Oh, library maybe. Third-party games skipping Xbox. The same goes for me. I'm usually the first one up. It's nice. It is nice. People who can use their lunch to talk about work are exhausting. Oh gosh, no. That was one of the reasons I stopped going to the break room when I worked at Charter. There would always be somebody there moaning about their worst customer of the day, and it was like, I don't want to hear this, man. Like, I'm trying to disconnect from all that so I can, go back and work the rest of my shift, because I worked 410s. I liked working 410s, but it meant 5 hours in, you took your lunch, you're like, I got 5 more hours of this crap, and I don't want to listen to anybody, running their mouth about their worst customer. That's your gym and Bible study time? Yeah, that morning time, dude. You know what I mean? I got to get back on the bike. I got out of the habit so quick. If Xbox dropped banger games, nothing else would have mattered. I mean, yes and no. They would have needed to drop banger games, and I really think they would have needed to only have one console. I think people blame the Series S into a meme, and I think the reason they did, it was a defense mechanism. I think they knew that was one of the most fundamental mistakes that was made this gen. It was an enormous mistake. It was an enormous mistake. And it's like, it hamstrung the entire gen. It absolutely did. Like, I think it 100% affected people's ability to to build games. I think it's why the studios have been so slow to build games. I really do. A patch went out for Yote. I keep waiting for them to put a patch out that says, we've added transmog to the main game. What's Grenadier Jake saying about Marathon? Grenadier Jake says, I'm a bit confused by the whole cheater situation in Marathon. Apparently high-ranked lobbies are just filled with blatant cheaters. It's almost a guarantee that you'll match them. How's Bungie so quick with all the nerfs and changes, but they're just silently allowing cheaters to go crazy week after week? They unfortunately did the same thing with cheaters in Trials, but I thought they would have learned their lesson and been on it for Marathon. Well, anyways, how hard is it to have one person manually review the accounts in high-ranked lobbies? Why are they silent on this? Why are the cheaters going unpunished? It just feels like a huge L. I think the bigger question Jake should be asking, and I love Jake. I appreciate and respect him. He was one of the few people that did not take, my cancellation in 2020 as an opportunity to grandstand and hurt me. He reached out privately to make sure I was okay, and then just kind of quietly parted ways. And I respected that. He wasn't going to take on, professional pain for me, but he also made sure I was okay. And mad respect to him for that. The bigger question Jake should be asking is, how are they not managing cheating in such a small population? You're frickin' Bungie. What the world? Like, that's insane to me. To have such a small population. Like, you're getting down to 10,000 people in off-peak hours on Steam. Like, you have an incredibly small population and you still can't manage the cheating? The second we heard they were using BattlEye, we knew this would be happening. Right. I can't imagine not being able to find these guys relatively quickly. It's not a very big population. The game's not doing well. I don't know. I think that question gets to the bigger issue. It gets to the haunting. It gets to the haunting issue that no one wants to admit. That everybody knows that this game is headed for death. It's got what chance does it have? I don't see how the player numbers can start to sustain themselves. I just don't see it. I don't see a road for this game. And that's the bigger question. Why would they not be managing cheaters in such a low population game? Maybe because in 2 months there's going to be, mass exodus at the company and the writing's on the wall. I mean, that would be one guess as to why they're not managing cheating in an incredibly low population game. That'd be one theory. Paul says, the problem is you need to get data on the cheats and how they're working. If you ban individuals that cheat, the cheat devs can test cheats easily. You always have to do ban waves, not individuals. Don't know if you've discussed this, says Omar, but have you seen the other meta of Rook players teaming up now? I did see that. I believe Tom Henderson tweeted about that people are basically just going in as Rooks and being like, let's work together. It's so funny. Like, they're kind of creating their own PvE meta. Right? I mean, listen, I remember day one, opening weekend, first weekend and second weekend of Arc Raiders. What did I tell you guys? I did Operation Friendship. I said, listen, I think there are people in this game that don't want to go in here and frag out. There are going to be people that want to be peaceful and want to be friendly. And I was right. I was proven right in spades that there were so many people that did not want to go into the game and frag out. And why? Because I think PvE is a massive untapped potential that both Helldivers 2 and Arc Raiders prove handedly that there are lots of dudes and dads out there that do not want to deal with this crap. So the fact that people are now going into Marathon as Rooks and like trying to get like Rook lobbies where like everybody's being kind to each other, yeah, that's Exhibit Z, that there's a huge potential for PvE like live service. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Like Uncrakers. Crazy how it keeps happening, says Ro. I've said this for so long. I'm like, there's so much potential in PvE. I don't know. What's good, Igor? Marathon would have slapped if they just would have made a single-player story game. The gunplay is fun. I don't think they'd have been able to make enough substantive content to do a single-player game. You know what's funny is, I'm assuming I got clipped, out of context and roasted for this, because people were coming to a live stream, and there's no way they got this far in the live stream on their own. They didn't get there organically. Within 20 minutes of my stream ending the other day, I had all these comments, people being like, this idiot says that Bungie can't make a single-player game. Does he remember who Bungie is? And I'm like, does Bungie remember who Bungie is? The Bungie now, with their infrastructure, their size, how big they've developed, you really think that they would want to build a single-player game? You think that'd be what they would do? People are like, oh, I can't believe he doesn't think Bungie can make a single-player game. I'm like, they're not built for it anymore. They're not. They're built for live service. If they built a single-player game, do you know how gutted the company would have to become? They'd have to gut the company. There's entire departments that would be unnecessary and stupid if they decided to build a single-player game. Oh, and by the way, I think they were trying. They had to be trying with at least one of the incubation projects. They had to be. Building something that would have been primarily like single-player or co-op or something. But it's like, Bungie's not the same Bungie anymore. They completely rebuilt themselves into a live service studio. Yeah, it's like, I remember who Bungie is. I know they built Halo, but like, also, do we really think that like the Halos they built way back then, do you think that level of design chops and single-player campaign, do you think it would do well today? Do you think it would age well, like that vision, that style? Omar says it's worse than that, though. They are teaming up against the teams, and since they're rooks, they have nothing to lose. Oh, they're taking the trolling to a new level. So they're not just going in as rooks to play PvE. They're going in as rooks to grief. Omar, do you remember what I said last week? What did I say? I said this last week. Do y'all remember? I said when your player base numbers gets this low, do you know what happens? Everybody turns into a degenerate. It becomes cannibalistic. Because now people know the end is near, and they'll just start playing like degenerates. Cannibalistic behavior will increase in the twilight hours of a game, and they're hitting their twilight hours 1 month into launch. I literally said this last week. I said, just you watch. I said, when the numbers get this low, everybody becomes degenerate. It's like, well, what's the point? What's the point in playing or caring about, the health of the game or the vibe of the game? They will just beat the tar out of the game and have fun while it death rattles and shakes. How long ago was their last single player game? The Halo before 343, I imagine. I think we'll see another sharp player decline when reset happens. Okay, so how far away is that reset, Brios? 2 months? There won't be, I honestly think at the current trajectory, there won't be a player base to decline with. There won't be a player base number to decline from. I don't think so. If this is where the game is headed right now, imagine where the numbers are on console. This is their largest player base. This is where 70% of the purchases have taken place. So 30% of this, Jiminy Christmas, it's got to be bad. Like, there won't be a community to decline. Like, oh man, that first reset's really going to drive people away. Who's going to be left? This guy Otter says Marathon ranked cheating is insane. Never touching that again. The system was already really poorly designed, but the unbanned cheaters is just the cherry on top. It's going to be bedlam. It's going to continue to be bedlam. There's no incentive for Bungie to invest a lot of time and emotion and energy into policing and helping the game right now. All of the talk about patch notes and updates and all the things that they're saying, I'm just like, how in the world will any of that matter if the player base numbers continue on this trend? Like Tuesday to Friday, watch the numbers. Have they dipped under 30K? What do you mean, have they dipped under 30K? You mean the entire... Do you mean the entire, community dipped under 30K? I don't know. For 24 hours? I don't know. Homie, when you get this low, when you get down to 10,000 players off peak hours on Steam, and this is where most of your players are, I got to imagine they don't even have 20,000 people playing at that point in time when that happens. I mean it. When they're at 10,000 players on Steam, they probably don't even have 20,000 people playing across all platforms. That's how dire it is. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. That's exactly what will happen. I don't think, and again, people will think this is dooming or hating or celebrating the game doing poorly. I have said for a very long time that when your player base numbers get too low, the game can't function. It's like telling me I'm being a buzzkill by telling you that your gas is getting too low and you're going to be running on fumes and the car's like, it's like sputtering and barely making it. And you're like, you're being a real buzzkill. It's like, no, I'm telling you what's going to happen. At least it's not as bad as FF14, Phantasy Star Online, or Halo Infinite. I don't know how bad those got. I play those games and I don't know when how they are alive. I remember when Concord went offline without announcement of shutdown, people were speculating that they will relaunch it as free to play. Would that be possible with Marathon? I've had a lot of people ask about that and suggest that. Again, I mean this. I don't think the problem that Marathon is facing right now is fixable, because I think they killed the game last year and it's just been slowly dying ever since. The way the way their showcase went, the alpha that they let people stream, and then the subsequent delay and art controversy, the art theft controversy, I think that was literally just, that was the game being killed. They killed it it died last year. It died last year. We're gonna watch it die. Like, we're gonna watch it die in real time right in front of us this year. I think they killed it last year though. It's like they, like in Reservoir Dogs, right? Homie gets shot in the stomach and he's in the movie for the second half of the movie, but he's dead. This guy ain't gonna make it, right? Like, it's like they shot it last year, right in the gut, and it's just been, they lost the public's eye. I kept trying to tell people that. I'm like, I don't think the public's paying enough attention to the game. The people that jump in my comments and they're like, you just hate this game and you have such a bias against Bungie, and it's like, if that makes you feel better as the game slowly dies and dwindles, if like that somehow makes you feel better to make it about me, I mean, I guess you do you, boo-boo. If that's some kind of weird version of therapy that you use to cope with the fact that this game is dying, I mean, I guess go ahead. But it's like nothing that I've said has been driven by my dislike for Bungie. Spoilers for a 20-year-old movie. Jeez, that's right. You're still live? I was AFK. Yeah, we're almost done. We got about 4 minutes left, and then we're going to go to the green room. Great thing you could do right now if you want to come to the green room and be a part of planning the show is become a member on YouTube. You can help us with a big goal. Hit the join button. $5 gets you the whole month. You get a badge, you get emotes, you get access to the Discord. They use Bungie because they're aware of your history. That's all they have. That's all they have is some weak-armed attempts to be a sycophant because, like, you're angry that the game's not doing well. Your precious Saint Bungie has fallen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you. It has nothing to do with me or my bias. It was obvious to me last year this is where things were heading. I feel bad. Sega keeps trying, but NGS is around such low numbers. Yo, Dan says, off topic, but halfway through my first playthrough of Ragnarok, so good. Hey, man, getting us to 47 on the week. Not a terrible start to the week, boys. A little behind pace. You got about 3 minutes if you're going to try and get us on pace. I currently owe YouTube 2 members. We are 3 away from 50. Yeah, there were Minecraft drops as a part of that channel skin that I was running, Rope. Crazy part, Lona, the games mentioned are free. Well, and that's why I said just making Marathon free doesn't solve the problem that they're having. Like, nobody, listen, man, nobody cares. And people are like, well, you talk about it and you cover it. Yes, because it's topical. It's relevant to the conversation that I've been having about Bungie since last year. I'm not going to not talk about it, but I'm here to tell you, the general public does not care. And 5 gifteds from Broken Earth, boom, crosses us over the 50 mark. 52. Thank you very, very much. And I owe YouTube 3. Thank you, sir. FF14 has a sub. Hey, Igor upgraded to Member Plus. Boom, boom. I count those as 2. If you sign up new for Plus or upgrade to Plus or VIP, those counts as double. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, free to play, it isn't a solution. It isn't. And here's the thing. I don't think there is a solution. Your biggest and most gigantic problem for the game is that the general public isn't paying enough attention to you. I don't know how to change that. Tenor Dude with 55 months. Thank you so much. We're at 55. We are officially 20 away from the next milestone. Thank you so much. I refunded the first modern God of War on Steam. Junk in my opinion. You think God of War 2018 is junk? I mean, it takes all kinds of opinions for the world to spin around, but that's a wild one. Yo, Brios, welcome it. Wait, was that did that just happen a moment ago as a gifted? I can't remember. I wish I've just been counting them. I don't freaking care. I'm just adding it. 56. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that God of War 2018 is junk. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that. Like, everybody's got different opinions. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody speak that strongly about God of War 2018 in the dislike. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. I definitely have heard people say they didn't like it that much, or, you know, they didn't enjoy it as much as the old style games. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody call it junk. I mean, you can't be wrong. It's your own opinion. Matters of taste. I mean, it's your taste. It's your gaming experience. Some say God of War 2018 was better than the new one. I mean, there are definitely elements to the old one that I think other people think makes the new one better. You know, but okay, there we go. Let's do this. Okay. So, in any case, we need to go to the green room, guys. Thanks for a huge day on Purple and a huge day on YouTube. Thanks for all the likes, all the subs, all the tips, all the bits, all the things. I appreciate it so much. Your guys' direct support is how I am able to do this full time. So if you've ever considered doing a membership or using your Prime or subbing or any of that, $5 a month goes a long way, because when a lot of you do it, it really adds up and it helps us grow the community. It's how I do this full time. So consider doing that. It's a way for you to continue the day with us into the green room, which is where we go to kind of plan the next day's show. So thank you guys so much for a great day. I will see you guys either in the green room or I'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks so much. Have a great one.